Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, Madam and Mr. Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, estimated local and regional representative, Mr. Mayor, estimated guests, dear colleagues from university, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all on behalf of the West University of Timișoara and our partner and co-organizer, the New Strategy Center, at the 6th edition of the Security Challenge in the Balkans Conference. After 78 years since the West University of Timișoara was created by royal decree, it was developed into a university with 11 faculty, plus a department for teaching training, 75 bachelor programs, 80 master programs, and 22 PhD programs. And of course, over 16,000 students. And we pursue our role of disseminating knowledge and scientific results of the raising for discussion to the most important topic of the present. Now, we are a university well known and recognized both in Romania and of the world, ranking in the top university of Romania and international rankings, side by side with the best one. Security has become one of the hot topics of social life in our region. I argue it is the duty of the university to pick up such emerging issue, for example, becoming part of migration route in the context of today open conflicts, to such discuss with all these problems, to discuss with the property audience, to study them if it needed, and of course, to open after that to the public understanding. As our university, we understood that, and that's why our preoccupations are very clear. As proof, we have a master program dedicated to the global security studies and one of the cybersecurity that can provide the specialists for this field. We are a member of the European Security and Defense College of the European Union. We organize diplomatic skills for CSDP mission course. Under the aegis of the European Security and Defense College, we are the single university, civil university from Romania who are a member of the European Defense College. These are just a few cases when the West University of Timișoara brings its scientific and educational experience and contribution to the European public policy of security and the development of a security culture in the academic environment. Here we have so many specialists in the field of education, in security, in diplomacy, and let me conclude and end my introduction words and my remarks with what Nelson Mandela said. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. That's why here we're talking about the education and his implication in so many fields of activity. That's why I'm hoping today so many good ideas will arise. I will wish you good luck in this conference and of course to exchange so many ideas. And please don't forget a thing. Romania is most eastest country by the west. Timișoara is most westest city by the eastest country by the west. And the main word is the west. And that's why it's not about the fortune, because our university is the West University from Timișoara. Thank you very much.
Bună dimineața, o să vorbesc în română. Doamnelor și domnilor, stimați moderatori, speakeri și invitați din țară și din străinătate, onorată audiență. Numele meu este Ion Enițu, sunt președintele New Strategy Center și vreau să mulțumesc Universității de Vest Timișoara pentru această coorganizare a evenimentului. Iată, am ajuns la cea de-a 6-a ediție. Aș vrea să mulțumesc și Ministerul Afacerilor Externe, sub patronajul căruia se desfășoară astăzi evenimentul nostru. Împreună cu UVT organizăm din 2017 astfel de evenimente și, așa cum spunea domnul rector, de ce la Timișoara? Pentru că de aici se văd altfel Balcanii, pentru că, într-adevăr, este în vestul României, dar reprezintă și, zic eu, ceea ce e simbolic pentru Balcani, reprezintă vestul. Pentru că în Timișoara avem un exemplu de toleranță și de cooperare interetnică și religioasă, pentru că la Timișoara, de ceva ani buni, la UVT există o zonă academică și de cercetare foarte puternică în domeniul relațiilor internaționale și al securității. Cred că vorbim deja de o tradiție la 6 ani de forum de securitate pe Balcani. După cum știți, New Strategy Center mai organizează un eveniment în care, alături de Balcani, am introdus și tema zonei extinse a Mării Negre. Temele de pe agenda evenimentului sunt legate de provocările de securitate din regiune, îndeosebi în contextul războiului din Ucraina, amenințările clasice și hibride din Balcani, educația, despre care a vorbit și domnul rector, dar și despre provocările și oportunitățile post-pandemie. Temele vor fi abordate de distinși invitați și vorbitori din România, dar și din cadrul NATO, din Marea Britanie, Franța, Germania, Ungaria, Ucraina, Serbia, Bosnia și Herțegovina. Ca think tank, suntem deschiși și vă invităm să aveți o abordare cât mai interactivă, să puneți întrebări și să profitați de prezența distinșilor noștri invitați aici la Timișoara. N-aș vrea să intru în subiecte legate de Balcani. Ele de ani de zile reprezintă o oportunitate deosebită de dezvoltare în zonă. Aș spune doar, parafrazându-l pe domnul rector, Go West. Cu acestea fiind spuse, vă urez succes la dezbateri și dau cuvântul domnului primar Dominic Friț. Vă mulțumesc!
Bună dimineața tuturor, stimați invitați. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Timișoara. On behalf of the city of Timișoara, I would like to not only welcome you, but congratulate the organizers at the New Strategy Center and the West University of Timișoara for this great conference. I've had a look in the program, and it's a very consistent program, and the way you're including academia, practitioners, students is really impressive. Cred că această conferință, care are deja o tradiție pentru Timișoara, ia loc într-un context cu totul diferit față de anii trecuți. Și ne arată că aceste studii de securitate, educație în securitate, nu este o nișă, nu este ceva ce ține de trecut, cum unii ar putea să creadă când e vorba de Balcani. Da, au fost niște conflicte în trecut, mai sunt câteva, dar e undeva la marginea Europei, dar în rest nu are o relevanță pentru Uniunea Europeană. Cred că anul acesta vedem că aceste întrebări sunt enorm de presante pentru viitorul Uniunii Europene și tocmai de aceea mă bucur că aici în Timișoara putem să găzduim o conferință care tratează din toate perspectivele această problemă și vedem inclusiv cum influența Rusiei în mai multe țări vecine destabilizează de fapt toată regiunea și această destabilizare o simțim și în Timișoara. Așa cum au spus și ceilalți doi vorbitori, Timișoara este un oraș predestinat pentru a găzdui o astfel de conferință, pentru că, pe de o parte, aș spune că este un oraș experimentat în pace și stabilitate, în ciuda tuturor provocărilor de-a lungul istoriei, dar este și un oraș destul de aproape de zone de conflict, de zone de război, un oraș care întotdeauna a simțit-o atunci când au fost probleme de securitate, într-un mod foarte, foarte direct, și tocmai de aceea este un oraș care cred că poate să ofere un spațiu în care puteți să găsiți răspunsuri la întrebările cele mai grele ale acestor zile. Aceste răspunsuri le puteți găsi doar dacă există o colaborare între mai multe discipline, puteți să găsiți doar dacă există o colaborare între mai multe instituții. Mă bucur foarte mult să văd și mulți reprezentanți ai instituțiilor din Timișoara și ale forțelor de ordine aici în Timișoara și vreau să mă folosesc de această ocazie să vă și mulțumesc pentru munca importantă pe care o faceți aici la Timișoara, nu în ultimul rând și în colaborare cu Primăria Timișoara. Deci, încă o dată vă felicit pentru această abordare multidisciplinară, pentru această abordare interinstituțională. Exact de asta avem nevoie în aceste vremuri grele și suntem mândri că Timișoara devine acest hub al studiilor de securitate și sunt sigur că și în anii ce vin Timișoara va găzdui această conferință care crește din ce în ce mai mult. Spor la discuții!
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You are always close to our university and so many events, and thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, Mr. Nițu, President of the New Strategy Center. You know, here in Romania, we have a little bit of something. Timișoara is little Vienna, called. Bucharest is little Paris. I understood Roma, it's Iași, it's little Rome. I'm not satisfied with it. I don't want to be a little bit of something. We want to be big. We want to think big. This is our mentality in Timișoara, in the West University of Timișoara, to be big in something. Thank you very much. Please let me introduce a person who was very close to our conference till started. If we talking about the period when he has head of the major state of Romania, if we're talking about the age when he was Minister of Defense, or now when he is Prime Minister of Romania. Please let me introduce Mr. Nicolae Ciucă. Of course, video message, because he couldn't be here with us physically, because I understood today in Bucharest it came the King of the Belgium, and he had to be there to be with him.
Thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm very glad to send you again my best wishes this year at the Conference on Security Challenges in the Balkan region. As the international security environment is subject to a number of new threats and challenges that we thought were left behind us, is the right time to concentrate our efforts towards the constructive efforts to develop our region. Let's remember the most valuable policies of European Union that successfully transformed Central and Eastern Europe. The success story of the enlargement process and its transformative power is one of the main instruments in the European Union soft power toolkit. The enlargement policy remains the key pillar of European engagement in the Western Balkans region and the EU's most successful instrument for stimulating a sustainable democratic transformation in the Western Balkans. It is our aim to have this region irreversibly anchored on its European path, and reaching these objectives implies a shared responsibility, both for the partners of the region and the EU. At the same time, a successful enlargement policy is fully dependent on candidates' political will to fulfill the commitments assumed in the accession process. This means internalizing EU values, pursuing substantial reforms in fundamental areas, as well as a full common foreign and security policy alignment as a sign of their firm strategic orientation. Given the growing attention attached to the region by third actors with different interests and values, we need our partners to focus on good governance, reforms, and functioning of democratic institutions, which are crucial for enhancing their resilience. Romania will enhance its strong cooperation with the like-minded EU member states and with the present and future EU Council presidencies, aiming to achieve concrete positive results on the enlargement file based on candidates' own merits in fulfilling agreed EU accession criteria. Supporting also the imperative of a closer coordination with the US on the Western Balkans. Romania also supports the 3 new applications by Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Georgia as an expression of their legitimate will to be a part of the European family. The 3 new applications should in no way be perceived as weakening the ongoing accession process in the region with Western Balkans countries. The EU response to the 3 new accession applications should reflect a consistent approach on supporting enlargement and the strong stimulus and encouragement towards continuing solid and efficient reform process and advancing on the European path based on results in fulfilling the accession criteria. NATO and EU common strategic vision for security and defense policy conveys a clear proof of our solidarity and cooperation with our partners from the Western Balkans. Any tailor-made partnership for the region should engulf the strategic importance of the Western Balkans for the entire continent, as well as our commitment to the European perspective of the region. Romania pleads for a relaunched European democratic involvement in the Western Balkans, both as leading political actor and provider of assistance, also keeping in mind the necessity of conveying coordinated messages. Thank you very much, and I wish you success.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And now it's time for the first panel. The panel is the challenges of the East European in the context of the war in Ukraine and post-pandemic crisis. For this panel, I invite here the chair, Ambassador George Magheru, member of Scientific Council of New Strategy Center Romania, and Mr. Ovidiu Raeschi, President, Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Romania. Please, gentlemen.
Is it working? Can you listen to me? Okay. So, good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege for me to be again in Timișoara for the 6th edition of the Conference on Security Challenges in the Balkans. Last year, on the occasion of the 5th edition of this conference, the New Strategy Center and the West University of Timișoara have launched a paper entitled Balkans, an Unfinished Business. The tenet of this paper was that the modernization and westernization of the Balkans is an inevitable historical process, and on the other hand, that the countercurrents to this process are just as inevitable. I want to point out that this idea of westernization was formulated in the 19th century, in the 1880s, by a Romanian historian, and it was picked up 1 century later by a Serbian anthropologist, Bogdan Stojanovic, of Serbian origin, and having written a very interesting book on the Balkans in the 90s. Westernization was mentioned before several times. This old European Union, old European region, has been and still is the playground of contrary forces and interests, whereas at the same time striving to overcome its fallacies. The title of our panel today speaks for itself: Challenges for Southeast Europe in the context of the war in Ukraine and the post-pandemic crisis. I believe it was an American politologist coining the formula: when there is action in the Black Sea, there is pressure in the Balkans. I am honored to moderate today a most knowledgeable panel whose members are invited to deal on the many-sided challenges facing Southeast Europe in the present context. One of the specificities of the region, the paradigm for the Balkans, has always been defined by resilience, and we have here the chairman of the Romanian Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. But this resilience can be of either a positive or negative nature. How to prevent the relapse into this fallacy? This would be one of our challenges. The other one is that under the current events, we have to look at 2 major moments coming soon. One is the European Council summit, and the other one is the NATO summit in Madrid. We are looking forward to see what shape the decisions will and impact will have on our region, on the Western Balkans, on one side. And on the other side, we know that a war is unfolding at our borders in the Black Sea. With this, it is my privilege to give the floor to Mr. Raecki. But before that, I want to say that every speaker, we have a very, very strong panel with speakers from England, France, and Germany after you. We'll have about, well, let's say generous 10 minutes in order to allow for questions and answers, comments, and interactive dialogue between yourselves. Mr. Raecki, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me greet you and thank you for the invitation. This is already a traditional event and a landmark in the field of consistent debates about the Balkans. And this happened despite facing 2 years of a pandemic and a serious crisis in the region developing as we speak. It is true that knowing for years the tenacity and visions of leaders like Marilyn Pirtea, Ionel Nițu, George Scutaru, it's hard to keep track of his development here in the room. I can easily explain this success, or shall I say, this resilience. I must confess that I have watched the debates, the previous debates of your previous edition on YouTube and Facebook, and I have to ask you, the person that were here in the room at the previous debates, if you still remember what was the keyword that was the most fashionable back then in the year before the COVID pandemic. Do you remember? Well, I can tell you, it was deterrence, something that we translate in Romania as descuraja, making your potential enemy to lack courage. There was a strong belief at the time that we could secure a robust deterrence of Russia, although we thought that NATO could not practice deterrence by denial, a strategy that would require deploying enough military forces to defeat a potential invasion. But 3 years later, here is an article signed by National Security Advisor and Ambassador to the United Nations, Mr. John Bolton, in Times Magazine in March this year, just after the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And I quote, "Deterrence is working in the Ukraine crisis, just not for the right side. Russia has convinced the West that even a whisper of NATO military action in Ukraine would bring disastrous consequence." I end the quote. When the super black swan named COVID-19 appeared, the key word became resilience. The pandemic was a shock, and the concept of resilience becomes relevant in a post-shock context. However, after Russia brutally attacked Ukraine, the conceptual horizon changed again. We went back as a partner from a Polish think tank just told me recently to the classic, seemingly old-fashioned defense. So, three concepts that have marked the history of this forum since its inception: deterrence, resilience, and today, defense. This development tells us, in fact, that we have moved from a rather optimistic view on history, which hope deterrence works, to a more pessimistic view of major crisis, and the keyword here is resilience, or a classical military aggression, and the keyword here is defense. Are these concepts valuable to the Balkans, or is it just a passing academic and a political trend that will give way to an ever-changing fashion? From my point of view, the correct answer is this: deterrence, resilience, and defense form a fundamental and effective equation, provided it is expressed as follows. Deterrence in this region, the region of the Balkans, is the product of resilience and guarantee defense capability. Given that Vladimir Putin's Russia pursues an expansionist, militaristic, and cynical policy of power in geopolitical terms, deterrence can neither be suggested nor symbolic. Deterrence does not come from the simple display of some forces, but from the proof of a real determination and ability to defend. And this only happens if you provide enough troops to guarantee regional strategic superiority. When the Ukrainian war has, what the Ukrainian war has shown us is that NATO's Black Sea flank is as important as the Baltic and Central European flank. And this was an idea that Romania was very keen on. Among other things, because the Black Sea flank protects the Balkans from Russia's traditional claim to be a pan-Slavic and a pan-Orthodox protector. Historically, Russia has constantly oscillated between the attempts to advance on the Baltic-Polish corridor and attempts to expand on the Pontic-Romanian corridor. The two areas must be strengthened equally because the most fragile will be of interest for the Russian expansionism at a certain point. Talking now about resilience, I would like to say that in our view at the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience, as you said, resilience is of two types. Organic, when it comes from a generalized capacity at the level of the whole state and the whole society, and acquired through the capacity of the specialized bodies of the state to anticipate catastrophes and to diminish their effects. This ability to anticipate black swans or great rhinos or whatever the literature may call them is called strategic foresight, and is accessible under certain conditions to any state that allocates resources that can to what can something we can call anticipative intelligence. Organic resilience, on the other hand, cannot be built overnight. It requires society as a whole to meet certain standards in education, administration, or infrastructures. In order to be organically resilient to misinformation and hybrid warfare, information campaigns or media skills courses are not enough. We need a low level of functional illiteracy, we need digitalizations, we need a strong book market and high-performing universities. At the same time, in order to be resilient in the face of a catastrophe, whether an earthquake, flood, drought, hazard mitigation planning, no matter how good, is not enough. Infrastructure is needed, and this is where I come to the Balkans. We need good roads, which do not create traffic jams at the first storm. We need solid bridges, and this is a delicate subject at the order of the day, that do not collapse out of the blue. We need the irrigation system that compensate for the lack of rain in dry years that became more frequently lately. So, to approach the end, from my point of view, this is the most important mission and challenge for the Balkans, to develop its organic resilience in the field of infrastructure, because mobility and fluency are crucial both in the economy, in post-disaster civilians intervention, or in military defense. Then, of course, the Balkans must strengthen their organic resilience in education in order to be impenetrable in the face of Russian misinformation or disinformation. If NATO can help us providing comprehensive defense capabilities, we can only increase organic resilience in infrastructure and education through our own efforts. Thank you very much for this first intervention.
Mr. President, I want to thank you very much for your intervention, and I will allow myself a personal comment. I appreciate it very much that you have started from the broad conceptual framework, which always needs to define the scope of the raw material of the realities which you have tangled in the end. Because this indicates a need of the present day, which is a conceptual revolution, I think, entailed by the challenges we are facing. Thank you very much. I think it's a good start for our panel. It is my privilege now to give the floor to Sir Stuart Peach, the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to the Western Balkans from London, with an impressive military career. And I would say it is our privilege as Romanian to know that he's an advisor for the Western Balkans because his expertise in the field based on such an experience is, how to say, I would say, necessary for this region, knowing the lengthy history of the United Kingdom in this part of the world and the recent diplomatic openings made by the British government in the area. So, Sir Stuart, I hope you are ready to take the floor. We invite you to join us. Well, the technical aspects are not in my hand. I am dealing with the conceptual ones. So, there is Sir Stuart. You have the floor, sir. You are most welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So
Can you speak a bit louder or get closer to the loudspeaker? Yes.
Okay. I probably have a too big a head on the screen now. But thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's good to see my many friends again in the audience. I had a quick glance at the audience, and I look forward to visiting Romania very soon. Thank you also to the previous speaker for setting out such a clear conceptual framework, and I agree with what you just said, Mr. President.
We have a problem with the sound end of your message, so to say. Maybe General Everard can do something about it from Timișoara, because he's just in front of you. We can't listen. We can't hear you. We listen, but we can't hear. This is a question of resilience, I think.
So you can see me, but you can't hear me, is that correct?
Yes, precisely. But now I heard you, we heard you, but...
Okay. Can you hear me clearly for me to speak?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So it's over 100 days since the illegal war began in our continent. And can I first of all thank the Romanian people for their generosity, their compassion and their sacrifice to support the people of Ukraine and indeed to be the front line of NATO. So well done. And I look forward to meeting my friends in Romania very soon. And I'm not going to repeat any of the statistics about this awful war, and I know that it's a real shock to our continent. In the Balkans, it reminds us of the conflicts of the 1990s. Many of the images are very familiar to those who lived through those wars. And I would also say now, and it's a very important message in case the machine cuts out, that we must not allow political problems, political crises to become security issues on top of the war in Ukraine. And we know, and we're not going to, I don't think, debate this, that Russia attempts to block, spoil, delay the journey in the Balkans to the Euro-Atlantic future. We know that, and we shouldn't pretend it's new or it's any different to what they've been doing for a very long time. Maybe the technology is new, but their attempts for disinformation, political proxies, energy dependence as weaponization of energy, and many other things they do is very real. And so why wouldn't the Russians continue to do that, is my simple phrase. I think it's right in this setting, Mr. President, to call out the risks and the threats in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There are many, and it's important that my government and I continue to call that out. We condemn the threats of secession, which are real, and they're being made particularly by the Bosnian Serb member of the presidency. The UK has imposed sanctions on Milorad Dodik in order to persuade him to change course. International cooperation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is essential. In order to sustain a safe and secure environment, we need the international force presence, both by the European Union force, which we strongly support, called Althea, and the NATO arrangements to support it in the NATO headquarters in Sarajevo under Berlin Plus. And the United Kingdom continues to strongly support that, indeed is increasing our support. And I hope that this will be discussed at the forthcoming NATO summit in Berlin. Beyond Bosnia and Herzegovina, the UK is absolutely committed without hesitation to the Euro-Atlantic journey for all the countries of the region. And recently, in the largest NATO exercise ever undertaken in North Macedonia, the UK provided the largest force presence with the largest parachute drop in Europe we have done for over 30 years. And we continue to encourage reform as well as support the journey. But the perspective, of course, is really important as all these meetings in the next 2 weeks happen. And elsewhere, we continue to support the EU-facilitated dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo, and I personally support and continue to speak almost daily to Miroslav Lajčák, who is my friend as well as the Special Envoy of the European Union. I continue to speak almost weekly to Manuel Salazar, from the Special Envoy from Germany. We now have a Greek Special Envoy. So there are a few of us. And if you like, I am really committed to be in the region. I've been in the region 3 times a month since Christmas, and I see a lot of challenges. One I'd like to leave this conference with is energy security. I think it is essential now we react to the weaponization of energy by Russia. And in Sarajevo last month, the UK Foreign Secretary announced the extension of our strong new money investment through British investment partnerships to all countries in the Balkans for modernization of the energy system, independence of Russian ownership, and indeed the modernization of the infrastructure. And so I agree with the previous speaker, it's not just about using infrastructure as metaphor. It's also in the Balkans important that we understand the strategic geography of the region. Ports, airports, roads, and rail. It's important that we look at the map carefully, as I have done on all my many visits to Romania, and understand the region. The Black Sea is vital to the world. I have done my best in my time in the military, particularly as chair of the military committee in NATO, to put the Black Sea region on the map, literally, and to develop options for the future. I now extend that call to embrace the Balkan Peninsula, and let's use military mobility, let's use the power, the convening authority of the alliance to make sure we can move quickly and rapidly where we need to through the region. And so that's my message. Why do I do this work? Instead of being a grandfather and spending time with my grandchildren, it is we need to give hope to for the people of the Balkans for a better future along that Euro-Atlantic journey. Too many people with huge talent and skills are leaving. And it's really important that we give that hope. It's not just about membership of clubs, it's also about actions to prevent political problems from becoming security issues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sir Stuart. If I may, putting the limelight on your message, the political dimension which you underlined and which practically is the basis, I think, of your message, the strategic dimension, the energy issue, and last but not least, mentioning the Black Sea. Last night, General Everard, we were discussing what can we do, what is to be done to unclog the Black Sea in the current circumstances. Thank you for your message, and looking forward for the questions and answers to follow. Thank you so much. Sure. Now, I think we are expecting Ambassador Alain Leroy.
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. I can't see you.
Ah.
But I hear you very well. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, permettez-moi tout d'abord un message tout à fait personnel. J'étais dans la salle du Conseil des Affaires étrangères avec l'ambassadeur de la Rivière lorsqu'on était directeur politique, et vous présidez sur les destinées du secrétariat général. Je suis ravi de vous revoir. Maintenant, je vais retourner sur l'anglais qui est la langue de travail dans cette réunion, dans cette conférence. Soyez le très bienvenu. Ambassador, as I said, I know very well your career, your very distinguished career, and we are very happy to have you here on the screen, particularly as you represent a country so close to Romania, which is France. President Macron was just a couple of days ago on the Black Sea coast in Romania, then Moldova, and as you know very well in Kiev. We are looking forward to your vision and the French vision on the region at these fateful moments of our history. You have the floor, sir.
Mulțumesc. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I'm very glad to see you again after Brussels, but I'm glad also to be with you by video in Timișoara. I cannot be there because I'm presently in Ohrid in North Macedonia with most leaders of the Western Balkans for the Prespa Forum, where we discussed exactly the same topics that you are mentioning here today. And one more time, thank you very much for the West University of Timișoara and then the New Strategy Center for this very interesting conference that you're organizing, and thank you for inviting me. The whole question that is security challenges in the Balkan region. Maybe I would start quickly with the past and the lesson learned from the past. In the Western, there was internal challenges, internal security challenges, and external. Internal security challenges came in the past here, of course, with the fall of Yugoslavia. And the key lesson I want to say is the necessity of EU unity. Because I have in mind, for example, very clearly, I remember in 91, 92, when Croatia and Slovenia declared independence from Yugoslavia, the EU was not united at that time. France had different views, Germany had different views. EU was not united. We were not able to have a common policy, to have a weight, an influence on the course of events. That was very damaging. And then I would say until 1995, until what happened also in Bosnia, there was no clear unity of the EU. But I felt I was myself the EU special representative in North Macedonia in 2001, 2002 during the crisis. And at that time, my task was very much facilitated because the EU was completely united. And also at the time of the Kosovo War in 1999. That makes a huge difference. And as I said yesterday in Prespa here in Ohrid, thanks to this unity, the EU was able to help the Macedonian authorities, the North Macedonian authorities, to find a solution to their own crisis with very, very limited casualties. The whole purpose of unity, and of course, we have exactly the same question now, this importance of EU unity in face of the Russian aggression to Ukraine. And again, what I heard here yesterday from the president of Montenegro, president of North Macedonia, and others, that the security challenges were even much before the Ukraine crisis. They all remember me what the Russian influence in the case, for example, when Montenegro wanted to join NATO, there was huge Russian interference in that. There was the same, even maybe almost a tentative of a coup d'etat in Montenegro, in Podgorica at that time. There was the same crisis, and also in crisis with the Russian, when North Macedonia wanted to join NATO, there was huge demonstration, and they remember yesterday how Russia was financing demonstrators, so trying to interfere with the will of the North Macedonian people. And they remember also all these leaders yesterday here in Ohrid about all the hybrid threats they are still suffering mostly from Russia. They remember, as what I said, the unstable situation in Bosnia, of course, and the influence in Russia also there. So we all know that these security challenges were very clear, and it's obvious that with now the new attitude in Russia, from Russia in Ukraine, is increasing, of course, these challenges. And for that, I think the main answer from the EU side and from French side. EU side, clearly, first thing, to remain united. I think that was very clear, that was very important. Russia wanted to divide the EU, and clear they were not able at all to divide the EU. We all know that there was a complete unity of purpose, a unity of answer from the EU together, of course, with our friends from the UK and our friends from the US. Of course, that was very important. EU, US, UK united in the answer. I think there was no doubt of that. That is very important. Second, speaking on the French answer, clearly, I cannot say more what President Macron said 2 days ago in Constanța. I think it was so clear how he wanted first to support Romania as a front line of NATO, as to a speech just mentioned, Romania as front line of NATO, and President Macron reaffirmed, of course, the importance of the NATO presence in Romania to help in this uncertain situation. And as you know perfectly well, he announced to double the number of French soldiers within the NATO base in Constanța, so from 500 to 1,000. And together, of course, with the Belgian, which are already there, the Netherlands soldiers, which are ready to come in the coming weeks. So that is, one more time, President Macron said it clearly himself, how it's important it was to support Romania and the region in face of the insecurity coming. And as you all know, he went the day after in Moldova, reaffirmed, of course, the financial support and the support, of course, the EU support to Moldova for sure. We all know, of course, on the answer, but I will let, of course, the German representative say what Germany has decided to increase its military efforts to 100 billion euro. I will let her, of course, give more detail on that. So there's a big answer from the EU side on this. And as Stuart's speech was just said, we continue, of course, our support to Altea in Bosnia, which is, I think, very important. And now, in face of that, we have also in mind what you just said, Mr. President, on what is coming in the coming weeks. The NATO summit, of course, in Madrid, and before that, the EU summit on 23rd and 24th of June, and on 23rd June in the morning, the meeting of the EU leaders with the Western Balkan leaders. And there, it is clear why. And France decided, as presidency of the EU until the end of June, to call for this Western Balkan summit with the EU leaders. So, as I said, beginning of 23rd of June, because we're at a time where all challenged by the Russian aggression of Ukraine. We feel it's absolutely crucial to have closer links between all European countries, members of the EU and the members wanting to join the EU, in face of the crisis we are facing. So that was important to have all together. That will become next week. On this, we have on the table several things on these meetings. First, the question of the enlargement policy, as said by several members already of the panel. Enlargement policy, we know, you saw what yesterday was said in Kiev by President Macron, Chancellor Scholz, and Prime Minister Draghi. We, our country, these three countries, and also Romania, President Iohannis said the same. We are very glad to have Romania with us on this. We said that we support the idea of giving a status of candidate immediately to Ukraine, and we'll see, that will be discussed also in the coming days, probably for Moldova, and we'll see for Georgia. But that's a very important point, and that will be decided, as you know, next week. Second, very important also for the Western Balkans, because here, I must say, I hear the whole day yesterday how important, if candidate status is finally given next week to Ukraine and maybe Moldova, it's very important that the Balkans, the Western Balkans in particular, do not feel marginalized. And so I heard yesterday many people saying if candidate status is given to Ukraine and maybe Moldova, it's important to have maybe Bosnia on the table also. I know that President Charles Michel is very much in favor of giving candidate status to Bosnia. It's not given. I don't know if that will happen next week, but I think this is very much pushed by the Western Balkans and have a lot of sense. Then it's other very important question to continue the enlargement process, and for example, for North Macedonia and Albania. And for that, it's very important that we collectively continue our efforts to deal with Bulgaria, which is still presenting a veto for launching the negotiation for accession negotiation for North Macedonia and Albania. And I can tell you that President Macron have not spared any efforts in the recent weeks to discuss with President Radev of Bulgaria several times, with, of course, Prime Minister Kovachevsky here in North Macedonia, and with Prime Minister and Prime Minister Petkov in Bulgaria. We know that the difficulty we have is that the political situation in Bulgaria is very complicated. As you know, the Speaker of the Parliament resigned. There will be a vote of no confidence next week. So it's very tense political situation. That creates a big difficulty. But I can certify that France doesn't spare any effort to try to convince Bulgaria to have an agreement with North Macedonia on this issue. I know that Charles Michel is doing the same. I know Charles Scholz is doing the same. So we have some hope, but I cannot. It will depend very much on the political situation, internal political situation in Bulgaria. But I think that will be very important to give an impetus for this enlargement process, as your Prime Minister just said before. Second, I want to mention also something, because we have had many questions about initiative launched by France about the European political community. It's an initiative launched by President Macron recently in a speech in Strasbourg. And I said exactly yesterday that what we want from this, we want this to be a light structure to be launched this year, with all willing states from the European continent, whether they are part already of the EU, where they are willing to join the EU, or which are not willing to join the EU. We said it, of course, it's open to the UK, of course, and others. Okay. This idea is to have several meetings a year at the level of leaders or ministers to discuss many issues, security issues, energy security issues, because we have that within the EU, but we don't have that with the whole continent. And what I said also yesterday, and I want to stress very clearly, for us, this idea of this European political community, which I understand is supported by Chancellor Scholz, by President Charles Michel, and several other EU leaders, is in no way an alternative to EU membership, and of course not a substitute to any enlargement process, for sure. It's in addition, it could be an accelerator for the enlargement process, in no way an alternative or substitute. And I don't want to be too long there. I just want to say one more thing, which is important to discuss at the next European Council and in the coming to the European Council with Romania and so many other countries, is some economic points raised already by what you said. And one of the first one, and raised by others, was first is energy security. We can discuss that maybe in the Q&A. That's a key topic, of course, to ensure that we hope have a collective answer to ensure that we are less and less dependent from Russian fossil fuels, for sure. Second important topic, obviously, to be discussed, security, is food security. And I'm glad yesterday that President Macron discussed with President Iohannis when they were in Kiev. For example, one of the ideas is using the Romania, providing the corn which are stuck in Odessa and that cannot go through the Black Sea because of the Russian blockade, that this corn could go through from Odessa through Romania, and then of course to the rest of the world. That would be the wheat and the corn stuck in Odessa. That would be one important. Other field we want to discuss, of course, is cybersecurity. We all know that the whole region, and not only the region, but the whole Europe, is threatened by some cyber attacks mostly from Russia and others. That is a very important point to be on the topic. So I want to say security and shares in fact, make that next European Council and the summit with the Western Balkan leader very important. We have a lot on the table according security issues, military security, but also, I would say, energy security, food security, and others. So I will stop here and ready to give answer to any question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ambassador, I believe that all the audience would have been ready to listen for you much longer. You have drawn in fresque, so to say, a very complete tableau of the current developments. And it's the feeling of policy, not politics, policy in action, when the times are calling for action. I will allow myself to underline your call for EU unity. I would add, you mentioned the Black Sea, its EU and NATO unprecedented unity. I had the feeling of this direct implication of an active diplomacy, and I recognized the French touch in the region, starting not only from the Second but also the First World War. If I quote to you le professeur Jean Nouzy, grand historien, great historian of the French implication in the Balkans and also Moldova, I can tell you that we can only look forward to more, how to say, dialogue and knowledge from you. But I think we have now to cross the Rhine to your closest partners and neighbors in Europe, to Germany, and go to and invite Madame Ullmann, who is the head of the Western Balkan Division, to join us and complete the picture which has been developed in front of our eyes. Madame Ullmann, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Morning, everybody, and dear Ambassador Magero, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends.
May you allow me to greet you also formally, because I know you are a very, very busy diplomat these days, because your leaders have been crossing here and there through the Balkans, the Chancellor and the Foreign Minister, not to speak that just yesterday your Chancellor, President Macron, Premier Draghi, and last but not least, President Iohannis were in Ukraine. But let's go back to the Balkans. I look to do your CV. You are a real Balkan hand, so to say, but not only. We are looking forward to your vision on this region and the challenges ahead. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. And as I said, I feel really honored to speak in this distinguished panel, especially after so experienced speakers as my colleagues who know the Balkans for much longer than I do. But yes, the past 6 years since I've been in this division have been intense and have shaped my view on the region. But first of all, apologies for being late. And the reason why I'm late is exactly that there's so much going on at the moment, also ahead of the EU Western Balkan Summit next week. The still open question, the cliffhanger, will it be possible to deblock the Bulgarian veto, which we very much hope, the avis of upcoming avis on Ukraine. So there's just a lot to digest, and yeah, that's the reason why I couldn't be it on time. Obviously, I would have loved to be with you in person, but I hope I can come to your beautiful city and your university at another time. I would like to share now the German view on the situation in the Western Balkans, and also say a little bit about what we are doing to support the region and to make it more resilient vis-à-vis the challenges ahead. As speakers before me have said, the brutal war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine has demonstrated to all of us how fragile peace in Europe can be. And it has shown how important it is to stand together to defend not only our values, but also our legal order. This is why the EU and its partners, especially the UK being represented here today, have introduced unprecedented sanctions against Russia. And the countries of the Western Balkans have shown their commitment by supporting the relevant resolutions in the United Nations. Moreover, we especially welcome the fact that Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, and North Macedonia have also fully implemented the EU sanctions against Russia. And this, knowing that for some of the countries, especially Montenegro, this means economic hardship, given the tourism and other ties with Russia. This alignment is more than just a technical exercise expected by countries that want to join the EU. It sends a clear message that we all share the same values and stand together for a peaceful future of our continent. For the German government, the future of the Western Balkan countries is clear. The Western Balkans is a region in the heart of Europe, and its future can only be within the EU. As I think it is Ivan Krastev put it, the Western Balkans are the soft underbelly of the EU. And we see the geostrategic necessity to bring the region, to integrate it into the EU, to ensure sustainable peace and stability. And we are all witnessing, and Stuart Peach pointed to that, how Russia tries to destabilize the region and export malign influence. The key for stability is the EU integration of the region, as said. And this was also the clear message of Chancellor Scholz's visit last week to Kosovo, Serbia, North Macedonia, and Bulgaria. It was a visit that he made at quite an early time in his tenure in his new office. And it was important for him. He stated that yesterday while being in Kiev, to do this visit before coming to Kiev, also to underscore the importance of the Western Balkans and their EU integration. For us, EU integration means full-fledged membership of these countries. We are not convinced that any other models would work and would have the same effect. So for us, it is a political priority now to do what we can to support the region in moving forward with the necessary reforms. Because I would also like to stress that pushing the integration of the Western Balkans for us does not mean that we would change the conditions for joining the EU, especially when it comes to rule of law. North Macedonia, Albania have been mentioned before. Of course, the accession talks with both countries have to start promptly. We would like to see that decision being taken next week. And the delay, which we have already witnessed, is extremely harmful for the credibility of the EU perspective and the EU as a whole. Finding a solution for the bilateral differences has been complicated over the past year by this very unstable political situation in Bulgaria. And again, we are facing a new confidence vote next week. But we are very grateful for the French efforts to facilitate a solution and to help to find a solution for this blockade, which is, as I said, extremely harmful for the EU as a whole and its enlargement policy. So it has wide implications. The EU must also deliver on visa liberalization for Kosovo. Already back in 2018, the Commission had recommended that stating that all the criteria were met. We can understand the frustration of especially young people in Kosovo who feel left behind. And it would also be important for business in Kosovo to be connected with the region, with the EU. And last but not least, it would give a positive impulse to the EU-facilitated dialogue with Kosovo and Serbia, where also the credibility of the EU is being damaged by the fact that this promise is still not fulfilled. To provide very concrete support, the German government will also continue with the Berlin process, which was started in 2014 with partners in the EU, namely the UK and France and others, and the region in order to foster regional cooperation. We are convinced that the region will be stronger when it works together to address the many challenges. Regional cooperation is a win-win for everyone, and it plays an important role in improving good neighborly relations and fostering reconciliation. We believe that the relationship between Kosovo and Serbia, despite the differences that remain, would not be the same today if it hadn't been for this regional cooperation over the past years, which has clearly taken away a lot of the tensions. The COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine are putting stress on all our economies. Supply chains have come under pressure, energy prices are on the rise, and greater energy independence has become more important than ever. The historic decision of the Western Balkan countries at the Berlin Process Summit in 2020 in Sofia to establish a common regional market and bring the 4 freedoms to the region was a great success and is of historic importance. But the challenge is now the implementation. My government is convinced that the Western Balkan countries would greatly benefit from implementing the common regional market, and we want to see this move forward. This common regional market is also of high importance for absorbing the funds which the EU, the considerable funds, 9 billion euros, which can then be enhanced to 30 billions with credits, loans, to absorb these funds of the economic and investment plan of the EU. The green agenda for the Western Balkans has also never been more important than today, and it will certainly be a key topic in the Berlin process this year, the summit and the other events which we would like to organize. We all need to transform our economies into more sustainable economies for the sake of the future of our planet and our children. We believe the green agenda for the Western Balkans has a transformative potential for the entire region that will help the countries in their economic convergence with the EU. And it is also an issue which is important for people on the ground who suffer in many cities from air pollution and other environmental problems. Particular emphasis needs to be put on energy supply. Renewables are the only way to become more self-sufficient and reduce dependence on other actors. And clean energy is increasingly becoming a factor for economic investments. My government is ready to support the region in addressing these challenges. But we are also deeply convinced that we can only address them if we all work together, and the region needs to do its part as well. Unfortunately, region cooperation continues to be hampered by bilateral disputes, particularly between Kosovo and Serbia. This concerns especially the common regional market, where 4 agreements are waiting to be signed for over a year and cannot come into force because of the different views on how to integrate dialogue-related issues into these agreements. Moreover, the unresolved bilateral relationship is holding back both countries on the EU path. And it is also an entry point for the destabilizing influence of third actors, namely Russia. It is in the interest of Europe that we see progress towards a permanent solution. This permanent solution would be a comprehensive agreement that would allow for future EU membership for both countries and which would increase the stability of the region. It is obvious that such an agreement would need to address the question of recognition. Because of it's inconceivable that 2 countries that don't recognize each other become members of the EU. This was something which Chancellor Scholz also stressed during his visit in Kosovo. I'd like to underscore Germany's full support for EUSR Leichak's facilitation efforts. Yet, the key factor for progress in the dialogue is that both Kosovo and Serbia work together harder and more constructively on the agreement and also open issues of the past. It would be very important, with a view to regional cooperation, to find a way to put these bilateral differences aside in regional fora to allow the whole region to move forward and not be held hostage. Now I'd like to say a couple of words on Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is the country's situation we are most concerned with at the moment. Secessionist policies by the Republika Srpska are unacceptable, and further ethnic division must be prevented. This concerns not only the Republika Srpska. All this has a very negative impact on the ability of this country to engage in its reform agenda, as well in regional and foreign relations. The 14 key priorities of the EU Commission are the roadmap towards a better future for Bosnia-Herzegovina and its citizens. Good to see that many Bosnian leaders subscribed to that during their recent meeting with Charles Michel in Brussels on 12th of June. It's important that the EU and its partners counter efforts to destabilize Bosnia and Herzegovina from within with determination. The sanctions by the US and the UK against Dodik and other politicians in the US who are pushing for the so-called peaceful dissolution of Bosnia and Herzegovina are an important signal. This is why the EU is also holding back 2 huge infrastructure projects in the Republika Srpska. And my government does the same. We've suspended 4 big projects in the Republika Srpska of our economic cooperation with a volume of over 100 million euros. The OHR and the High Representative continue to play an important role in the country. However, it would be desirable that political leaders in the country would act in a way that the use of bond powers, for example, wouldn't be necessary. It is important that the political leaders in the country show their ability to contain crises and advancing reform necessary for the EU integration. EUFOR Althea has been mentioned before. It remains an important factor of stability in the country. My government intends to participate in the operation with a view to the worsening political situation in the country. Our government has already taken this decision. Now Parliament has to approve of that. Coming to an end, I would like to stress that we see, and this might sound difficult to see, but that there is a chance in a crisis. And with the horrible war in Ukraine by Russia has the effect that the geopolitical significance of enlargement has become evident to everyone. The fact that Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia are also knocking on the door of the EU is a testimony of that. And this should be seen by the Western Balkans as an opportunity also to revitalize the enlargement process and our will to do that. This is also something which Chancellor Scholz has stressed over and over, time and again during the past weeks. Yesterday, in an interview that he gave from Kiev, he underscored that, of course, the Western Balkans integration has to move on and cannot sort of fall behind. So I think this is an agreement within the whole EU that this needs to be the case. I'm deeply convinced that we can overcome the existing challenges together if we remain united. I'm equally convinced that the future of the Western Balkan countries is within the EU, but it will require stronger will on all sides. The countries of the region need to engage with full force in the reform processes of the accession process, not to please the European Union only, but also to improve the everyday lives of the citizens. And this is now the most urgent aspect. The European Union needs to deliver on its promises. My government will do everything it can to help that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Ullmann. I am already a bit thoughtful after the speakers in this panel have delivered their messages. I will pick up from what you said. You mentioned, you stressed the idea of integration, which was underlined by Chancellor Scholz. You mentioned in a clinical way and very precise way the diagnosis of the region. And then you gave a message of hope, so to say. I would refer to an old Chinese saying that is transforming pain in strength. And I think this is your message a little bit. One of my conclusions from what you said, which was not specified as such, is that you remind us that the European Union is a society project, and it is a complicated process, but it is a vast, complex project which needs to, it's still going on within the European Union and within the countries aspiring to the European Union, the candidates. And you mentioned also the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. I think when we go through the questions and answers, and later on during this conference, we will have also the views from inside the region, because now we had the views from outside the region. And I think the conclusion will integrate in what President of our Resilience Center was mentioning earlier, integrating in a concept the results of all the angles which have been put on the table. Now, with your permission, I already have some questions which were delivered to me. I will start with the first one, and I will invite naturally the audience to, depending on the time, I think we have about 20 minutes left for questions and answers. My first question is, I have from the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center. I would like to see who will pick the challenge. How do you assess the long-term impact of the situation created by the Russian invasion on Ukraine? And how do you think the region will develop from a security perspective? Well, this is a broad general question, returning to the Russian invasion. Who will pick the challenge from the participants, from the panelists? So the floor is open for answers. I am on the waiting.
Yeah, I can start if you want, and then let the other think a bit more.
Please.
On the impact on the security perspective for the region, I think we already covered that a little bit in our first interventions. But the key question, and the most difficult one, what will be the long-term impact of what is going on the war in Ukraine? And I would say the short answer would be nobody knows. First, we don't know how long the war will start. Yesterday, Mr. Macron in Kiev said that the war will last long. Nobody has clear views on that. We all have guesses, but no more than that. Long-term impact, what will be Russia in the concert of nations when the war will be over? Okay, that's a huge issue we don't know. What we know, of course, the long-term impact, that's clearly the necessity of the EU to remain united and, if, as soon as possible, enlarge with the Western Balkan countries, and of course, and then to give the candidate status to Ukraine and probably Moldova, yes, for sure. The need to the revitalization of NATO, that's clearly long-term impact. You remember that President Macron 2 years ago said maybe at that time NATO was in French, mort cérébrale, I don't know how to say it in English. But now I think the question is out of the table. It's clear that NATO is there, it's very important. It's very important that now Finland and Sweden will be welcomed at the Madrid summit, and we hope the dispute with Turkey will be solved by that time. So NATO will be stronger. The need for more security in the region, what we hear about Bosnia is very clear. But what will be the relation with Russia in the future is still to be determined. It will depend very much how the end will war, but we know there will be lots of, for example, lots of judicial cases in The Hague and in other places on that. But clearly, to get it short, EU has seen that his unity is absolutely essential. Second, the importance of NATO force for sure. The importance of the EU working with its partners, UK and the US, of course. That's for me obvious long-term impact, but I'll let the other panelists to give their views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Is there any of the panelists willing to develop, or can I go to the following question? Will you,
just quickly, if I may. I think the question on NATO has been well put and well answered, but I think it's a question of understanding what we already have. NATO is a military alliance under political control, and NATO has stepped up during the Ukraine crisis. It will continue to do so. And it's not a competition between NATO and the EU, it's a cooperation, and we need to bear that in mind. Within the region, the countries that are not in the alliance look to join the alliance, so therefore my other part of my answer would be to encourage them on that journey. And there are various ways of doing that, as well as, of course, the Euro-Atlantic journey. The clue is in the title that involves the UK and the US in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Srpic. I think that you made an essential point. Mr. Raetsky, will you please take the floor?
Yes. I can tell you from the demands we get at the EARC, Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience, in the last months, and Mr. Adrian Duță, the Vice President of EARC, can confirm what I'm saying, is that we have a huge interest lately in a few new fashionable topics. And of course, the first one is cyber. We have a very important demand for analysis in food supply chains, huge interest in drones after what is going on in Ukraine. Of course, societal resilience is essential. And of course, resilience in the field of energy is a domain that is very fashionable now after what's going on in Ukraine. But what I would like to say is that talking about resilience is essential not to be trendy, not to look at the last crisis that is developing, just like in the military, and I see many people coming from this field, you don't play the last war, because if you just look at the last war, you might be surprised and you might lose. You have to look, talking about resilience, doing strategical foresight at the least probable crisis. So when you are fighting a virus like we were doing in the COVID-19 pandemics, you don't get stuck looking at bio threats. You have to look at the least probable threat at that point. Maybe it can be an earthquake, or it can be just a classical war. And Mrs. Hallman was saying, quoting Churchill, I believe that the Balkans are the soft underbelly of EU. What I believe is that the soft underbelly is the area that you leave exposed. When Romania was telling our partners in NATO, we should look at the Black Sea equally as we are looking at the Baltic area. We were right. Everybody was looking at the Baltic and Polish corridor, not so much at the Black Sea, and the soft underbelly proved to be Ukraine, proved to be in the Black Sea region. That's why what you are doing here, what we are doing here, talking about Balkans at a moment where everybody is looking at Ukraine and the Black Sea, and this is great for Romania, is doing resilience. Thank you.
Well, I thank you. Being a Romanian, I cannot be but sensitive to your message. But what we have to point out is that Romania is between two strategic regions, coping with the reverberations from one to the other at the same time. And this is interesting, I think, from the point of view of NATO and the European Union, because it is also not only a challenge, but also a strategic opportunity. I have an interesting question, another interesting question. In view of the preceding high-level meeting of the European Union with the Western Balkans on the 23rd, what are the concrete expectations, results expected from this meeting? We know it's public knowledge that priorities areas will be mentioned, energy, youth, security, but concretely, what are the expectations from this meeting, knowing the, I would say, the eagerness of the Western Balkan states to see more clear into their relation with the European Union at these challenging moments in, as Mr. Raevski was saying, on the Black Sea. So who picks up the challenge?
I can.
So, sir, will you take up this question? It's on the EU summit on the Western Balkans.
Maybe I will start also, and then
Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
will say. Yeah. First, to repeat, and more than that, to strengthen the link between the EU member states and all the Western Balkans. At a time where it's important that not only the EU be united, but the EU plus the Western Balkans, the whole continent being united, of course, with UK, as I said before. That's first thing. Second, there will be, hopefully, and that we don't know, but we all work, as I said, Germany and us, we are working very much to hope to have some solution for the Bulgaria-North Macedonia dispute, to unleash the possible start of negotiation for both Albania and North Macedonia. I'm still very careful because, as Madam Ullmann said, we all know the political situation in Bulgaria, which is so unstable, as we know. Third, clearly, there will be clear discussion and concrete discussion about energy security, food security, cyber security, and the youth. That's clearly on the topic, on the agenda. And we'll see how concretely we'll discuss common purchase of gas, all these issues, and how, again, to avoid to be too much dependent from Russia, what to do with to avoid any food security crisis, what I mentioned the other day, what I mentioned earlier this morning about what we do with the wheat and the corn in Ukraine, stocked in Ukraine, and how we and how we collectively fight to ensure the inflation prices, the inflation is not increasing too much. So we have a lot on this, on energy security, food security, cyber security, and youth with the youth guarantee, with more Erasmus+, all this issue. That very much will be the concrete topics to be discussed in the summit, together with, of course, the common answer to Ukraine, to support Ukraine, and the rest. Thank you.
Grand merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. I have a third question.
I think Madam Ullmann would have to say.
Please.
Yes, thank you so much.
Madam Ullmann, please.
No, just to quickly add that we fully share these expectations and that we would like to see this very strong political signal to the region, also people in the region who feel insecure and are afraid of being left behind, that I said the Balkans belongs to the EU and that enlargement works. Of course, the signal from the summit would be the strongest one if we manage to get the green light for Albania and North Macedonia. Then this will be very obvious. If this doesn't work out, it will be more difficult, but then this summit is also very important because it will send also the signal that we want to continue. This is not an end. It would mean that we continue to work on this and integration will go on, the EU perspective stands, because when you look at the discussions in the Western Balkans and also how the situation with the Bulgarian veto is perceived, it has by some observers been reduced to the fact if it doesn't happen now, then it's dead enlargement. And I think this is not the case, definitely not. But I hope we will have this very positive signal and all be able then to look ahead at the challenges which the ambassador just mentioned. Thank you.
May I just stress exactly the same point? May I just stress exactly the same point?
Is Sir Stuart online? Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, please.
Yeah, no, just to stress the same point because it's very much an EU matter. here close, it was very clear yesterday with all the presidents of the Western Balkans. They have expectation and they know that there can be disappointment if next week at the summit in the EU Council we have a candidate status for Ukraine, Moldova, and no progress on the enlargement for the Balkans, there will be clear disappointment. And we have the risk, if we are not able to overcome the Bulgarian veto, that is a real risk. But as Madame Wilmette said, I would agree very much. It's clear that our determination remains. We know there is some fatigue here. We know, for example, that if I say in Serbia, the level of people supporting the EU accession is clearly decreasing. So we know there is some disappointment. We hope to have some progress next week. But if we have not, it's a clear commitment, I'm sure, from Germany, from France, from other EU countries, to continue to work on the enlargement and to work on Bulgaria if it's not solved by next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I have a third question. I think everybody would like to have the answer to this. After the sixth package of sanctions and well into the third month of the war, opinions on how to handle Moscow's conduct are starting to differ. Prices are rising, not only for energy, but also for food. There is sort of what is called compassion fatigue. What are the ways, or could be the ways, to prevent Russia from using the levers it could employ to deepen this, how to say, possible breaches into the unity of the affected countries, also in this region, because the Western Balkans are also very much affected, we know, and they are highly dependent on energy, for instance. But it's also about the European Union. So the question is open.
If I may begin, I think it's clear to all of us that energy security is being weaponized by Russia. NATO has been working on that for a number of years. It's not new, but the facts are clear. What needs to happen is we need to stop talking and move to action. We need to reset the energy, both by supply, modernize the ability to deliver energy to the people, both look at the way in which pipelines work, the way interconnectors work, the way grids cooperate, the way we can look at alternative sources along with the green agenda, as we heard from Berlin, and we strongly support all that. We also need to keep pressure on through the envoys and through capitals on not just saying these things take too long. We have to start now. The second thought is the point I made very briefly about infrastructure. The infrastructure of the region is what it was during the time of the former Yugoslavia, roughly. There are some new projects, but they're not connected to the European highway network. There are very few rail projects which connect the countries, and the airports and the ports are what they were rather than what they need to be. So if we take a fresh look at the region as a strategic geography opportunity, when we can reset and actually challenge food security becoming a security issue and do something about it rather than just talk about it. So I think my short answer, because we are running out of time, is a call for action on these things rather than endless conversations. And I think we should start in the Balkans with putting real meaning and action plans on regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Stuart. I think your conclusion can be one of the conclusions of this whole day of conference. By the end of it, action. Thank you. Now, who will pick the challenge from Sir Stuart among our panel for this question, which really needs to be tackled?
Well, I can give you a short answer. Looking at the bleak economic outlook and the effect it will have on the social and political consequences, I'm sure that they will affect the perception of the war in Ukraine. And as the actual crisis develop, the risk is clear. Encouraged by the Russian propaganda apparatus, many could get tired and be tempted to blame Europeans and the West for the decrease in our living standards. Rather the war of aggression that is led by Vladimir Putin. So I think it will be essential in the next period to use what I was talking about earlier, strategic foresight, and see what is coming from the Russian propaganda and how the Russian propaganda will try to use the economic crisis and do what is called debunking of their fake news and do what is called pre-bunking, prepare the population for the fake news that will develop. This is essential, and I must say that it had worked in the last few months. We know that the Russian propaganda is targeting the Ukrainian refugees, trying to build fake news that was built before in Germany. And just talking to the population and informing what will happen can have a huge positive effect in debunking this sort of fake news.
Thank you, Mr. Raevski. Ambassador Leroy, Madame Kuhlmann, will you have something to add to this question? Everybody
yes, but I think Madame Kuhlmann first, and then I will add something.
Pardon? Sorry.
Thank you so much. I can subscribe to everything which the previous speaker said, and it is clear that the consequences of the Russian war in Ukraine have a huge negative impact on all our economies and, of course, globally. Everyone is aware of that, and that people in our countries are not content with that. We have these discussions also in Germany about our Minister of Economy now telling people you shouldn't heat so much in winter and save energy, discussing about should heat being limited in houses. This is a new situation for Germany, very clearly. Still, and this is also the responsibility of our politicians in all our countries, against this war of aggression, which will not stop if we give in or make appeasement policies. This is very clear. We have to stand united. We have to face the consequences as we can, however unpleasant and difficult they may be. We're convinced that we can overcome them. The EU has been faced with serious crises before. We had a financial crisis, and we had the pandemic, and together and with solidarity, it was possible to get through. But I think this is obvious, and it cannot be hidden also from people, and that our wealth will decrease. That is very clear. So debunking Russian fake news and this and explaining to people why this easy exit, just make some, why don't you make an agreement with Putin now, which obviously couldn't work. This is of key importance in all our countries, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Kuhlmann. I think we are, sorry.
Yes, I want to work, Alain Leroy. So just to think, okay, for answer, as we all said to the Russian actions. First, we said it many times, reinforcing EU unity, continuing with enlargement, reinforcing NATO for sure. Also working on the long-term impact. We didn't say that, for example, what to do with Russia within the OSCE. How can we work more cooperatively with Russia? Is it possible? How we do? Because now we have a lot of problems within OSCE. We have a lot of problems with the UN Security Council. So that's how to deal with Russia in this forum, very important. But the last part of the answer is economic, as you all said, and I subscribe with what was said. I just said that for the next European Council, I read what is on the table, that the region will be invited to participate in the EU gas, LNG, and hydrogen purchase mechanism. So there will be concrete discussion on this. And I remind also that we have the EU economic and investment plan for 30 billion euro for the Balkan region. And for that, it's very important for interconnector infrastructures, as Stuart Peach was saying. That economic answer is also very important to ensure the region is not dependent from other, that the EU can do its share to support economically the region and infrastructures.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think our panel is getting to a close. Before expressing my deep gratitude for the intervention of our so distinguished panelists, I will allow myself a personal conclusion. The events taking place now have determined us to look back into our history, and the fact is that the European Union and the construction which has been started after the Second World War has been a peace process doubled by a strong military political alliance, which is NATO. Psychologically, I think this peace process has dimmed, so to say, the reflex that peace eternal is something which has to be defended on a daily basis. And this has to be integrated at the political and societal level. This is, I would say, a personal conclusion to what's going on, which we have to assimilate. And I think here is part of the resilience you have been speaking. I would like to hail the panelists, give them our gratitude, and before concluding, with the hope that we shall see them also in Romania, three-dimensionally, I want to make a brief announcement. The next panel will start in 23 minutes. So I have here, there will be a coffee break. Countering classic and hybrid threats in the Balkan areas, steps for a resilient region. My colleague from the New Strategy Center, Major General Leonard Dinu, will moderate. And we have another strong panel. We have Sir James Everard, who is also on our international board, Major General John Meade. We have Major General Ciprian Marin, the commander of the 2nd Division, Mr. Srețko Latal from our region, because I mentioned we need to have also the vision from within, not only from without in, and Bojan Elek from Belgrade, another view from inside. So with this, I conclude this panel. I am grateful for those who have proposed me as a moderator, and I wish success to the succeeding panels and panelists and to this conference. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mulțumesc. La rivedere.
La rivedere.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Major General Leonardo Dino, member of the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center. It is great to be back in Timișoara. It is my third participation to the security challenges in the Balkans regions. So I'm starting to feel like a regular. In all seriousness, thanks for West University of Timișoara having me back. I also want to thank Mr. George Scutaru for everything that New Strategy Center does to promote dialogue in this region. And I want to thank our host, Mr. Marilan Gabriel Pirtea, Rector of West University of Timișoara, for providing such a warm welcome for all of us. Now, the simple fact that this dialogue is continuing in person is absolutely encouraging. Esteemed audience, the stage for our debates on countering classic and hybrid threats in the Balkans area, steps for a resilient region, was mostly set by the previous panel. But I would like to take the opportunity to underline the main security threats to this troubled region to have a common image, both for those present in the room, but also for the distinguished speakers in this panel. The region is characterized by high geopolitical risk. Security risks include many bilateral disputes, lasting enmities from the wars of the 90s, and the threat of Islamic fundamentalism. In addition, and adding tensions, the EU faces geopolitical competition in the region from China, Russia, and Turkey. Factors that predispose the region to political risk and instability include ethnic fragmentation, low public trust in government, a history of conflict, high unemployment, access to small arms, risk of terrorism, international tensions, human rights abuses, the existence of group grievances, and large number of refugees and displaced persons. Also, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is having major geopolitical consequences in the Balkans, deepening the region's divide between pro-Russian and pro-Western camps. So, the stability and security of the Balkans has been and remains a topical issue for peace and security in Southeast Europe and beyond. At the beginning of the 21st century, in the Southeast Europe, a number of political, economic, and regional security initiatives were launched by the European Union, NATO, OSCE, and the Council of Europe, the US and the EU member states, as well as countries in the region. The aim of regional initiatives was to preserve peace and stability in Southeastern Europe. I would like to mention some of these. Southeast European Cooperation Process, Regional Cooperation Council, Southeastern Europe Defense Ministry, Western Balkans Defense Cooperation Forum, Center for Security Cooperation in Southeast Europe, Balkans Chief of Defense Conference, and many others. But finally, since 1996 till today, I counted more than 12 important regional initiatives in the political, security, and defense fields, Romania being engaged in most of these initiatives and formats in the Southeastern Europe, including Balkans. In this context, the general questions are: how much these initiatives and cooperation formats contributed to the creation of a stable and resilient Balkan region against current, classical, and hybrid threats? What do you think has been achieved so far, and what else should be done for this goal? To answer these questions and to find more information about countering classic and hybrid threats to achieve a more resilient Southeastern region, I have the great privilege to introduce the following speakers. General Retired Sir James Everard, former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe, and Honorary Chairman of the International Consultative Board of New Strategy Center. Also from UK, we have Major General John Mead, who is now Deputy Chief of Staff Plans into NATO Allied Joint Forces Command in Naples. Welcome, sir. Major General Ciprian Marin, Commander 2nd Infantry Division, JTK Romania. I mean, it's the most important combat structure in the Romanian Armed Forces, and congratulations to achieve this position, General. Mr. Srećo Latal, Regional Coordinator of the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Mr. Bojan Elek, Deputy Director, Belgrade Center for Security Policy in Serbia. I would like to mention that all these gentlemen that are speaking in this panel, they have a history of appointments or operational activities in the Balkans area. So I'll give the floor now, having set the general questions, and I give the floor to Sir James Everard to hear his opinion. It's much better to speak from here.
I spent about 2 years of my life in the Balkans serving with the United Nations, with NATO and with the European Union. So how do we counter classic and hybrid threats, helping countries to become more cohesive, resilient and able to manage their internal tensions without resorting to violence, not just in the Balkans, but across the Euro-Atlantic area, NATO's area of responsibility? Well, the answer is easy: through bold leadership, through good NATO-EU cooperation, through good politics, through collaboration, through a single understanding of the threats we face, through unity of purpose, through carefully thought out strategies combined with patience, resolve, and a study of history, because the kaleidoscope in the Balkans is complicated, and memories and fears run deep. But it is not easy. As we heard, there is a lack of democracy in some parts of the Balkans, an underdeveloped political system, some dysfunctional governments, economic weakness, energy dependency, a culture of patronage, media and internet manipulation, unresolved territorial disputes, ethnic and religious tensions, ageing populations, migration, separatism, extremism, high unemployment, poverty, long-term dissatisfaction, and mistrust of leaders and a leadership, and often an enduring problem with crime and corruption. And all those words come from an EU report. And each of these challenges is an Achilles heel in its own right, even before it is manipulated by those that wish us harm. And for as long as I can remember, we've described the Balkans as fragile but stable. And we, the US, NATO and the EU, have lived with these inconsistencies and a European model for prosperity that promised so much but has led to an enlargement process that has stalled. It was stuck. And this, of course, is a problem compounded by allies' own security perceptions and interests, mostly over minority rights, including Romania's Balkans policy. And the region has, it feels to me, gone backwards. And of course, Russia's fragmentation and disinformation strategy has also promoted division. And so I would say today that the region is fragile and not stable. And too often we're engaged in acute crisis management. And perhaps we have been slow to recognise that the resurgence of geopolitical competition is now a new normal across the Balkans. And our response to Russia, to China and other threats has lacked coherence. Indeed, we may see deeper China-Russian cooperation in the Western Balkans now, when we shouldn't forget about the challenges from radical Islam. But I do think very positively that we see a more coherent Western response emerging. You know, both NATO and the EU recognise the need to step up their efforts, and we've heard much about that already today. And I think it's positive that we are learning to worry less about those things we cannot control and shifting our energy to what we can create. Perhaps, as we heard again this morning, accelerating EU and NATO efforts to integrate countries in the region. And at a practical level, when it comes to classic and hybrid threats, I think this is important. Major General John Meade will talk about the NATO response, but just very briefly, I think Saka has produced a single analysis of the Russian and terrorist threats that is positive. He has developed already an effective approach to peacetime vigilance and posture management that is already bringing coherence to allies' efforts in the region. And he has an AOR-wide strategic plan that will do the same in crisis. And so when it comes to countering classic conventional threats, I just think allies need to embrace these initiatives, all in, no half measures. Remembering that if you are going to deter in today's world, you need to demonstrate an unambiguous ability to defend, and defence requires you to hold geographic and the domains of warfare simultaneously. Hybrid is more difficult, we know this, but our leaders in NATO have already adopted a series of resilience objectives. I think this is positive, but of course there's a national responsibility and a collective commitment. You know, we know the playbook of our adversaries. I think this is important. You know, China, diplomatic activity, strategic corruption, massive loans on things like road building, with significant penalty clauses that mean when people default, they lose infrastructure assets. Russia, you know, a playbook that is designed to disrupt the integration of the Balkans into Western institutions. But I think in both cases, these approaches have lost their mystery. They're no longer inconspicuous, and that is positive because transparency is a very important tool in counter-hybrid. And again, I think we are bringing a more logical approach to this, indeed as set out in the EU Strategic Compass, which covers this in detail, and I hope the EU deliver this. You know, a single intelligence analysis capacity and a hybrid fusion cell to offer advice to allies, member states and partners. That will provide foresight and situational awareness. I also think we will see, you know, more EU civilian expertise deploying to help nations through these challenges. And so where will we be 5 years from now? I hope we will have a larger, stronger NATO deterring and defending against a single understanding of the threat, and I think we will have a stronger and growing and larger EU addressing the hybrid threats in a more coherent manner. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your points. I would like to underline something that is quite interesting, how you describe the region, fragile, not stable, and I totally agree with you. And we've seen the last period of time, before the war, Russian war started in Ukraine, that new threats re-emerged in the Balkans area. But also we have seen initial responses from NATO and the European Union, and you know that they already signaled the desire to accelerate EU and NATO integration. Yes, I totally agree with you. There is a need of coherence of the alliance and the EU in order to address the classical and hybrid threats. Embracing for, to counter all these threats, not in a single domain, in all domains. Thank you for you, and already I've seen people in the audience that are eager to ask you further questions. Now I'll give the floor to Major General John Meade to hear the opinions from Naples on this topic.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Very good to be back in Romania. I think the fourth time I've been here in the last year, and as one of the junior members of the panel, I'm actually going to use some pictures to amplify a few points as well. I think I just about can get away with that. And so what I'm going to offer is a bit of a regional perspective, and what that really should be is a regional perspective from NATO's operational headquarters in the south based on constant dialogue and engagement. That's a bit of a mouthful. So I called it a regional perspective. And next slide, please. And I'm just going to hit really on three key points that I'd like to leave with this forum, very much based on the military operational level. The first point, I think, has been made very eloquently in the first panel, but it is this necessity for a regional approach. And it's those really important concepts of deterrence and defence, recognising sometimes the limits of deterrence and the tangible ability to defend and what that means for deterrence. Also the points I think that were very eloquently made about resilience, and I'll very briefly touch on some of those. My second point was about reinforcement. It's a key aspect of NATO's new military strategy of the deterrence and defence of the Atlantic area. You know, I think we've done pretty well on that front recently. I think there's much more to go, and we shouldn't sit comfortably on that one. More of which post-Madrid, but more of which we are learning and implementing day by day, which will bring me to my final point, which is really about culture. And I'll just talk a little bit about what I think is the cultural change going on in NATO in a very positive sense. So with this regional view, I won't go into lessons in detail, other than to say, refreshingly, NATO's already launched into a whole lessons process, you know, as the campaign and as the invasion in Russia continues. And we are increasingly a learning organisation. I think that the first aspect is you've got to have a plan. You know, that NATO has implemented 5 GRPs, I think is deeply significant. It's deeply significant in the way that we imparted momentum in terms of unity of the alliance. I mean, Naples constantly argued for at least 3 of them. We thought we'd get one, and we ended up with all 5, which has come with a few challenges about reinforcement. But fundamentally, it's given NATO the ability to have clearer command and control over our response for this crisis. Instead of 30 sets of rules of engagement, 1 clear set of rules of engagement. And I think it's really empowered SACEUR in delivering military effect behind those political ends that we are given. The second point is that I think on command and control is that it has reinforced the significance of some of the joint force commands. And I would say that, wouldn't I, being based in Naples. But it shouldn't be lost on the audience that with the Chief of Defence of Romania and with the Joint Forces Commands of Romania and Bulgaria, we were walking the ground in Romania to rehearse some of those graduated response plans in October of last year and then implemented them in February. And the reason they have been implemented, I think, so effectively is based on trust, and it's based on some of the key tenets of DDA, which is about the alignment of nations and NATO. And I think that's the genius of DDA in many respects. Just to the DDA point, kind of top right, the whole crisis has been an enormous accelerant. And I'll come back to that on culture at the end in terms of relationships, in terms of our clear-eyed views about what does unify us in terms of our common values and our common interests, and also how we get about that tangibly and in a kind of more hard-nosed way in terms of military capability. And I'll touch more specifically on reinforcement. That's a picture of the French very high readiness joint task force arriving in MK base in Romania 3 days after the invasion. So, you know, there's some real positives there in terms of NATO's reinforcement. I'd say there's a long way to go in a few other areas, which I will touch upon, which I think we understand. I would also just say as a rather important lesson, which is probably invisible to most people here, is that those plans also came with the enactment of a number of crisis response measures. This builds to the previous panel's point about resilience. So these measures that unify NATO and nations, and that's more significant the further east you get. But the ability to move convoys through countries, diplomatic clearance, the ability for the Harry Truman aircraft carrier to sit in the Adriatic and fly sorties all the way up to the Baltics at the moment, tanking regularly as it goes up. You know, in amongst complex airspace where air traffic control is operating normally, these are fundamentally important, and we should be very proud of how they have been enacted. Next slide, please. So, again, relating to the previous panel about the need to act and not sitting on our laurels, and of course, this sense of urgency is one that we should not waste. I do not believe we're wasting a crisis, but we've got to prove that our attention span is a lasting one. So what I think we are doing, certainly I can only speak for the military level, is accelerating everywhere, and accelerating everywhere in DDA's implementation. So we are looking at regional planning at the moment on much more accelerated timeframes, and this is kind of my guidance to the team, very, very cross-functional team. It's made up of all the nations at the moment as we plan our next steps for, you know, the threats coming down the line, including terrorist groups, but including very much Russia. So this aspect of collaboration and the way that we do collaborate nations across the domains, I think, is of fundamental importance, and DDA has been an enormous accelerant to that. I'd add to that the way that we collaboratively view on the assessment of the threat. I'd actually argue that's sometimes more challenging with nations, but is absolutely vital that you're close enough in terms of your view of the threats, and we continue to listen and act on nations' view on this. I think our plans have got to be more executable and quicker in terms of the way that they are targeted, the links to the targeting process for those in the military that would understand what I mean by that, that we actually really bring meaning to these words, you know, defend, deter, what that tangibly means in terms of forces that would reinforce and bring weight to that, because it's about calculus and people's decision making. Innovation is something that, you know, sometimes NATO is not accused of, but is something that we must get even better at in terms of our ability to change, to have adaptable plans. You know, from my perspective, a better link to our Allied Command transformation over in Norfolk, Virginia, and so that we are constantly looking at the next concepts, the next steps, the emerging threats. You've only got to look at Russian hypersonic weapons at the moment, and we should be concerned. And you know, and you know, if we don't like change, then we will like irrelevance much less. So that we are and do have adaptable plans, and I do think that is coming into our thinking so much more. And actually making the most of what was a US-led initiative, now very much NATO, about multi-domain operations. And you can't just get to the end of the plan and then integrate air, maritime, land, cyber and space. It's got to be there from the very outset. It's got to be there in innovative ways of exploiting those kind of instruments of military power. Next one, please. So only a little bit on the Balkans from me, but the key point really for me to say is the Balkans is very much part of our regional thinking. It's an area where we maintain constant vigilance. I think that's almost the most important part from the military perspective. I've lost count of the amount of times my four-star commander has touched base in Bosnia and in Kosovo. It's every couple of months, just to reassure, maintain those kind of links with the nation, and to make sure that militarily we are prepared should there be a crisis. And there are regular kind of murmurings there. That the adage, it builds on previously General Everard's point about the regular update seems to be calm but fragile, and we keep a very, very close eye on that. I would say there is a fairly fundamental challenge in the information domain in Bosnia, Kosovo and Serbia. And I think a very recent study from NATO's Stratcom Centre of Excellence highlighted that 59% of Bosnians, and 69% of Serbians viewed the West as actively trying to destroy their way of life. You know, these are kind of aspects of the narrative that we should have cause for concern about, because it's very much deliberately targeted through a number of Russian-backed channels. And sometimes our strength and our unity, I think, in the Balkans can be portrayed against us. It's something we need to be conscious about and respond to, which we are as best we can in the country. Next slide, please. Conscious of time. So I did want to make a bit of a point about reinforcement by forces and reinforcement by fires. Key elements of DDA, and I think builds on some of Stuart Peach's points, and also the point about action and resilience from the last panel. Again, there's a lot to be proud of late, noting our limitations of actually doing anything active in Ukraine. So our actions have been about deterring adversaries from doing anything in Sakur's AOR, particularly on the eastern flank. But that we've got 40,000 troops under Sakur's command at the moment. That we regularly have, as you can see, top left, a number of carrier groups, 3 there, we've had 4 recently, carrier groups operating in the Med, and that they are actively patrolling NATO's eastern flank, I think is something we should take pride in, the way that has been coordinated and commanded. Air component similarly has been going through, I think, somewhat of a transformation from already a strong point. And the picture, you know, bottom right of Romanian, Italian, US, British aircraft just above MK. Again, you know, we've only got to go back about a few months of what we thought might happen in February to realise how vital some of those initial steps were. Although my real, and then some pictures of my boss top right, and then the battle groups that are coming in. So this desire to have a more even spread of capabilities across Europe's eastern flank now, with the battle groups coming into Romania, Bulgaria, also Slovakia and Hungary, I think is very important. But also what's behind that in terms of our reinforcement framework is actually more important. There we've got some big challenges. I mean, it gets to that point about resilience, the ability to move large amounts of men and material across borders, rail gauges, the tangibles of air, rail, movement, because these are now the realities that we need to look at in a much harder way than perhaps we have done previously. And the picture in the middle is a picture of the Gurkhas in Kosovo when we were out there recently to deal with strangely, the NATO Afghan evacuation. Again, I think we repurposed that reserve, again, the value of competent, capable reserve forces. And much to learn in terms of our integrated air and missile defence systems and reinforcement by fires, which as an artillery officer you'd expect me to say. But all I can say on that is we are not wasting the crisis. I think in 100 days I am amazed at how far we have moved in some of those areas, but much more yet. Next and final slide, please. Because it's easy to sprinkle a little culture on a conversation. It's much harder to define it. All I'd leave you with is that, you know, I am a deep believer in the strength of the alliance. I'm a deep believer that we are matching words with deeds, despite some of those gaps and challenges that I've just mentioned. We do so with humility when you look at the bravery of the way that Ukrainians are fighting at the moment. But NATO is changing and changing for the better. For a start, it's getting faster, and we need to be faster. Those aspects of reinforcement and the like. I think we are much more open with each other. I think we are less risk averse and less process driven, although there is necessary process. So with that, I hope, and that's a picture of my old headquarters in Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. I had to drop that one in. So whenever we're having a bad day, there was always the Malvern Hills and a pub to look forward to. So with that, I will hand over. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for your comprehensive overview from the pure military stance of the of the NATO efforts in the region. I'd like to mention what DDA means for those who are not very knowledgeable about this. It's about defense and deterrence in the NATO area. It comprises the efforts of every nation from the military point of view in order to create a common framework in order to respond to the threats. So also DDA in the Balkans, if I may to add, it's aligned with EU efforts in the region. Thank you very much. I know that you are working very close also with Romania and other NATO countries in the region in order to have a coherence and a unified response to the threats. Also, I would like to mention that is I like very much and I promote this. The DDA for the Balkans, and you mentioned very well, it's a multi-domain one, and it addresses all the spectrum of the threats, classical and hybrid ones. So now from here we are going from a Romanian military perspective, giving the floor to General Ciprian Marin. I would like to mention that his previous position was the chief of the operational director in the defense staff. So now we had the military overview from Naples, and we are going now to see the perspectives from a Romanian operational point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. I was convinced that my position here is just because I was head of operations. Distinguished generals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, we are 3 hours since we have started today. I don't know what should I say to make you a little bit happier, because you are too serious right now. But I will start by with what General said at the end. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I want to say that during the George Marshall course, I noticed, and I was really happy to see this, the representatives from the Western Balkan countries had always breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Very friendly people. And the entire course, they stayed together. I said, okay, this is a success, and maybe this is the resilience. I don't know, what should I say? When talking about steps for resilience, because this is what we were asked to do here, I would say the concept for resilience has just as many meanings as threat. It's a very fashionable word, and many of us understand many things through it. But anyway, staying to the actual meaning of resilience, the ones that we understand here, I would say there is no one-size-fits-all solution when we talk about resilience. Each state must understand its own vulnerabilities, identify institutional gaps, and create a tailored strategy to close resilience gaps. I found interesting a research conducted by Professor Miroslav Mitrovic from Strategic Research Institute from Belgrade. He applied, too smart for me, multi-value quality comparative analysis in the field of the Balkans resilience. And he tried to identify if we face threats, hybrid threats in the Balkans, and how we are affected by this. I will not get into details because anyone can read the smart things that are there, but this just helps me to bring to my point. He said that Slovenia has the most developed resilience capability in the Balkans, being the strongest in the political, economic, human rights and freedom of media categories. Data indicates that Kosovo is the most fragile with the burden of a violent history. Apart from that, all the other Balkan countries are vulnerable with different degrees, being potential targets for non-military operations. We know this, but what I want to say, it is clear each nation, each country needs to apply an analytic work by which strategies to strengthen resilience could be developed. Therefore, the first step, because we talk about steps, a country should make is to analyze the strengths and vulnerabilities to security threats. Situational awareness is a major input for decision makers. An audit of national structures and processes is required, followed by the development of potential scenarios. Not just state actors should be involved in this, but even non-state actors. We can talk about non-governmental organizations that monitor and counter malign influence. They could contribute to this analysis. The next step should be ensure a comprehensive response at the national level for military and non-military. Is that easy? It is not, believe me. I had to deal with the pandemics at the beginning of my position at Operations Directorate, and then with the military build-up, Russian one, to the borders of Ukraine. And we started to work together, different institutions, Ministry of Interior, representatives, intelligence service, and so on and so forth, together with us. And it was difficult at the beginning. Of course, it became better and better. But imagine how it is to work at international level in comprehensive method. We cannot do it if we are not strictly connected all the time. Therefore, resilience has much to do with governance, state capacity and cohesion. Therefore, governance is the main battlefield for the hybrid war. The central coordination of efforts and interagency or interinstitutional cooperation is crucial to building resilience. We need to build more integrated analytical and operational capabilities, those which connect relevant authorities, defense, interior, foreign affairs, economic, finance, and combine all intelligence, planning, operations, and resources. This requires, from my perspective, a dedicated facility, a fusion center. A fusion center that can bring together representatives from the institutions that I already mentioned, capable to plan and execute coordinated actions. There should be a mechanism also to connect this fusion center with the civil society and the private sector. Third point, we talk a lot about disinformation. Let's talk more about information, because I think we should find the actual effective information measures to properly inform and communicate with the people, to outreach all the people, and then this information simply doesn't work. We need to invest in civil society. I know I'm military, but this is what I really trust. We need to invest in the civil society, and we have to educate the people to develop the critical thinking and media literacy. The latest World Press Freedom Index shows, the one from 22nd, shows negative effects of news and information chaos, the effects of an unregulated online information space that encourages propaganda and fake news. According to that published index, in the Balkans, the situation declined significantly, even though the high scores are higher. In the struggle between narratives, we have to take into consideration, we should always remember that truth is the best weapon. Strategic communication that advances a clear, credible, and coherent narrative is crucial. But that should be modulated to and resonate with particular audiences. Reaching out to the people, as I mentioned before, is the one that helps us to get trust. Transparency, inclusion, and outreach are just essential ingredients not only for a working democracy, but also to secure a nation. Another step, the fourth one that I want to touch upon, it was the required step to boost resilience is an international cooperation, and I will not get into it because so many speakers have already done it. And what I would like to say, just NATO, European Union have the mechanism, and they are willing to support the Balkans, and especially the Western Balkans. And each country from the Balkans have their own mechanism established, going with different speeds, but I think it's wonderful as long as, for instance, the High Representative from European Union engaged the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Western Balkans and civilians and the youth. I will come to this point regularly to see how the future of unions can look like with their involvement. Solidarity is a powerful deterrent. And I would say not just because one country, if it's vulnerable, that vulnerability spreads to the entire area, but also because it's important for our survival. And the fifth one, we talk about nations, now we talk about international one. For regional and bilateral cooperation, I would look through the lenses of Romanian armed forces. Maintaining the stability in the Balkans represents one of the Romanian strategic interests, and that is highlighted in the Romanian National Defense Strategy and the White Paper on Defense. The aim is to develop very good regional defense. And also, we intend to increase our participation in regional defense projects, conducting bilateral and regional exercises and other common activities with all parties in an effort to increase the interoperability and transparent relationships between Balkan countries. Consequently, we contribute to both NATO's and European Union's mission in the West Balkans region. I mean Kosovo, KFOR in Kosovo, and EUFOR Altea in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Recently, Romanian MOD recommended to the national authorities to increase the national contribution to Bosnia-Herzegovina to the mission EUFOR Altea from one company to a battalion, maximum 650 personnel, starting from July this year. The evaluation for this unit, that will be a reserve for the operation, is being evaluating as we speak. In addition to this contribution that Romanian armed forces have, there are various formats established for cooperation in the Balkans. Southeastern Europe Defense Ministerial, Chief of Defense's Balkan Summit, Deputy Chief of Defense Reunion. The first one, that is at defense level, minister level, was launched with the aim of strengthening, of course, the cooperation among countries from the area in the field of defense to promote understanding and intensify political and military cooperation. There are 10 Balkan countries members in this format, plus United States, Ukraine, Italy, and Turkey. The decision reached at these meetings serve as a guideline for future work within the initiative. So far, they have generated different exercises and projects which helped with building efficient cooperation in the Balkans. The annual meeting of the Chief of Defenses of the Balkan countries represent a complementary tool for regional initiatives. The aim of the forum is to improve relevant capabilities in terms of defense, to be ready to respond adequately to potential threats and non-military crises. Participating nations, 8 from the Balkans, Croatia and Slovenia are also invited. During this meeting, NATO and EU chairmen, also Joint Force Command neighbors is invited, and their aim is, as I mentioned before, just to deepen the cooperation. The third level Deputy Chief of Defense meetings, they discuss, they consult on technical issues, and they make possible, they implement the political decision made. This year, meeting at Deputy Chief of Defense level took place on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week. I talked to the Deputy Chief of Defense, General Vlad, and he told me that he was really happy with the result of this meeting, and the discussions was really aimed, targeting to the effective actual actions within this initiative. What else do? We have the Sea Brig. I like how it sounds. It's the multinational peace force Southeastern Europe, and that was established in 1999. This brigade that consists of 5,000 people, and Romania contributes with staff personnel, 1 battalion and 1 infantry battalion and 1 military police company. This works together with people from the Balkans. We have 4 Balkan countries currently members, and other 4 will be members. Also, we have USA and Ukraine as observers. The brigade is declared under United Nations and OSCE mandate. They can be employed in conflict for peace support and humanitarian operations. And also they can participate in coalition of willing type international activities and functions like a partnership for peace unit. Hellbrook, it's another one. I told you there are many, but this is the last one. But I'm really glad because we are doing something here in the Balkans, together with the other countries, of course. According to the headline goal in Brussels 2006, the Minister of Defense from Bulgaria, Cyprus, Greece, and Romania signed the technical agreement for this initiation. Hellbrook, don't think of other things. Hell comes from Hellenic, and then Bulgaria, Romania, and Cyprus. We have a force package, quite consistent, and it was joined by Ukraine in 2011 and Serbia in 2020. North Macedonia will be part of this battle group starting with next year. So we have 5 countries from the Balkans. I will not get into the details about bilateral cooperation because we have a lot. It's almost in our tradition. We have our relationship with Bulgaria, Greece, Albania, North Macedonia, and the others. To conclude my presentation, the conflict between state actors remain possible due to the clashes of interests. The hybrid will most likely intensify for the foreseeable future with a heavier component of hard power. The challenges in Balkans region are complex, but must be addressed with a master strategy. Resilience is possible if the state and society both are able to anticipate, undertake preemptive measures, and effectively solve the consequences. I will end with a quote. Armies don't fight wars alone. It takes the full commitment of a nation to fight and win wars. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for your ideas and insights from the Romanian perspective. I'd like to touch upon 2 subjects that are very important. You mentioned about resilience, and we have here people from Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center in Romania. We have actually the president of the center and his deputy. And also New Strategy Center had a conference on resilience, and we tried to to provide a definition and to understand what resilience means. So you said it's very complicated, but the definition is very simple. Resilience means to bring the initial status of the state of organization after a crisis occurs. My controversial issue now, what you have said, is what we want from the Balkans area, the resilience. We want, in the case of a crisis or another war or something else which is providing insecurity, we want to restore the actual status of the Balkans. This is a controversial issue. We have to debate and to understand very well which is the actual status of security in the Balkans, and we want to restore it or to improve it. Maybe the representatives from Resilience Center, Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, will have more answers. But I very appreciate what you mentioned, because we have to think thoroughly on this issue. Secondly, you raised an issue about regional initiatives and cooperations. I was in both theaters of operations. I know very well the Balkans. I've been deployed twice there. And I understand very well the situation. Since the Dayton Agreement in 1995, now you mentioned from defense point of view initiatives, there are other political formats. All these, did they bring the necessary security environment in the region? Or become, after years and years, only the formats only to exchange ideas, to see each other, and to maintain a status? Which is that status? It's actually the actual status of insecurity in the region. But very good, you touched upon all these issues. Maybe the people in the audience will ask more questions. So now we are going to see the view from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Srećko Latal, did I? So I didn't make a mistake. It's the regional coordinator for the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network.
Thank you, General. And I would first want to thank the New Strategy Center for organizing this event. I think it's very important to have such a high-level meeting and such good timing only a week ahead of the Council session that is expected next week, with some very, very important issues and hopefully decisions. I would also wonder why we don't see more of the British or American or German or French think tanks, because it seems that lately it is the think tanks like New Strategy Center or the Prague Security Study Initiative that are much more active in the Balkans or related to the Balkans than the traditional German or British or American ones. So I'll try to keep my intervention brief because much was already said, and I always prefer to leave more space to the question and debates. And I'll also speak very frankly, as a writer and analyst and expert, I have a liberty and obligation to speak openly and not diplomatically, like some of our predecessors in the panel, in the previous panel. I'll start from the basics, from the local challenges in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And as you have seen or heard, soon after the start of the war in Ukraine, European Union institutions debated Ukraine and then both the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina as the second strongest or the second most difficult challenge in Europe. And this is unfortunately rightfully so. Why? I'll give you one small example. As we speak right now, the Bosnian Serb leader Milorad Dodik is meeting the Russian President Putin in St. Petersburg at the Economic Forum there. And he's, as you probably know, one of the few politicians in Europe who is actually quite eager to meet and work with Mr. Putin and with Russian officials. He met the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov yesterday in St. Petersburg. And after the meeting, he boasted with himself and Republika Srpska, the Serb-dominated entity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, blocking the decision of Bosnian state institutions from imposing sanctions on Russia. And he also said that the Russian President Putin, the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and the Turkish President Erdogan are the only three global leaders today in the world. Unfortunately, Milorad Dodik is not the only problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have, unfortunately, many more problems. We have seen, and you may have heard in recent weeks and months, that the ordeal that we had with the provision of the funding for the general elections that Bosnia and Herzegovina is supposed to have in October this year. that the funding was blocked by the ruling National Bosnian Croat Party, and eventually it forced the German High Representative, Mr. Schmidt, to impose the funding and therefore ensure holding of the elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina later this year. But even if the elections are going to take place, which until 2 weeks ago was not clear and certain, there is a general understanding of all local and international experts in Bosnia and Herzegovina that after the elections, Bosnia and Herzegovina is going to hit the wall. The election results most likely are not going to be implemented. The establishment of the state and entity and cantonal governments will be blocked for until further notice. Why? Because we have effectively collapsed the Dayton Peace Accord, which was the basis for the peace and stability in Bosnia and Herzegovina, signed in Dayton in December 1995. And now Bosnian Serb, Bosnian Croat, and Bosniak leadership have gone back to the positions of their predecessors from early 90s. The Bosnian Serb leader wants to secede from the country, Bosnian Croat leader want to establish autonomous region, and Bosniak leadership would like to dominate the country. So these three political narratives have effectively collapsed the Dayton Peace Accord, and we are going to see what comes next after the elections. Again, unfortunately, because of this situation, Bosnia and Herzegovina will once again depend on the influence from outside. So now I will move to that, to the regional and global challenges to the security. The next level is, sorry, depends primarily on the situation in Serbia, which has been historically one of the main power brokers in the Balkan region, and even more so in recent years during the reign of Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić. Right now, pretty much the entire region is waiting to see in which direction will President Vučić turn after the recent elections. And his orientation, whether he shifts more towards the west or more towards the east, will very much influence the developments in the rest of the region, primarily in Bosnia and Herzegovina or in Republika Srpska, because if President Vučić decides to move more towards Russia, we all know and expect that Bosnian Serb leader Milorad Dodik will be eager to follow or maybe even lead the way. And there are similar groups and politicians and leaders in Montenegro, in north of Kosovo, et cetera, that would probably follow the suit. Now I would move to the global issues, which unfortunately have become the biggest challenge for security in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the rest of the region. After the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, situation escalated in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and tensions and fears raised. Many people, many citizens were afraid that the longer the war in Ukraine lasts, Russia may try to orchestrate some kind of incident or use its political influence in Serbia, in Republika Srpska, to further undermine security of the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the longer the war in Ukraine lasts, the potential for this kind of intervention will certainly continue increasing. As we all know, we have been talking about foreign influences in the Balkans, the Russian malign influence, the Turkish malign influence. There are, by the way, indications, and we will probably be discussing that in the next panel, there are indications that Turkish President Erdogan is also preparing for some kind of escalation of the situation in the region because he has elections coming either later this year or next year. But you know, I'll be provocative and say that from all these malign influences that we have seen in the Balkans, in Bosnia and Herzegovina in recent years, if you would ask me which one is the most malign, I would say the EU one. Why? Because the absence of the EU presence in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the rest of the region has not only encouraged the revival of the nationalism and populism in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the rest of the region, but it has also opened the doors and windows and allowed Russia and Turkey and China and Gulf countries to establish or re-establish their presence in the region. If the European Union did its job 10 years ago with the enlargement perspective for the Balkans, we would not be here today talking about security challenges in the Balkans. We would be talking about economy, we would be talking about job opening, we would be talking about rule of law, etc., etc., etc. Unfortunately, I've been listening to the previous panel, which was, again, very important because what we've heard again and again and again is the positioning of the main European actors. What we have heard from Ambassador Alain Leroy is that France is aware of the importance of the upcoming council next week, and he said, quote unquote, that there will be some disappointment in the Balkans if the Balkan is left behind, if for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina does not get the candidate status, or Albania and North Macedonia don't get the date for the start of the EU negotiations. I don't think it will be disappointment. I think it will be disaster. I mean, Balkan has been on the edge for many years, especially after the European Union failed to establish itself. And further failure of the European Union to understand that these challenges in the Balkans that we are talking about is going to create disaster in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the rest of the region, a catastrophe. And to conclude, not to continue this for much longer and keep time for questions, I'm really glad that there are so many military personnel in the audience, because I'm afraid that if the European Union continues failing in the Balkans, at some point sooner or later, the problem will move from the hands of your politicians into the hands of your military. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your very insightful overview from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Yes, you mentioned, and we are watching very closely, that the elections are coming in Bosnia in October 2022, and we are watching the political climate. It's favorable, it's not favorable, so maybe we'll discuss later. And you mentioned the actors. Yes, there are, you mentioned very clearly the two Western actors, NATO, EU, and Russia, China, and Turkey. I will add some Middle East countries involved in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And the main threat that it's a hybrid and classical at the same time, it's the malign influence of Russia through different political personalities in Bosnia, especially Mr. Dodik, who now is the president of Republic of Srpska. But we have to continue and have to see a larger landscape from the region, from Serbia. And I give the floor to Mr. Bojan Elek, which is Deputy Director, Belgrade Center for Security Policy.
Thank you, Mr. For the invitation first to be in Timisoara. Coming from Serbia yesterday, we were discussing on our way here how actually there are very few opportunities for such a cooperation, and literally there is no exchange between civil society, but also cooperation between Romania and Serbia as such. We are pretty much strangers, although we do share a border and a peaceful history, unlike with many other neighbors. So, as you said, I'm coming from Belgrade Center for Security Policy. We are an independent think tank, a civil society organization based in Belgrade. And this year we mark 25 years of our work that has pretty much focused on security sector reform in Serbia from civilian side. So I'm also glad to see many military personnel in uniforms, but also I'm even more glad that there are many civilians here that are interested in the topics that we will be discussing. So I apologize if my presentation will be a bit choppy. I will try to avoid repeating things that have been said by other panelists, and also because I'm the last speaker before the lunch, I don't want to take much of the time from the discussion. But maybe let's start with a quick poll among the participants. How many of you have been to Belgrade? Okay. Few. This is good. The question is, as I said, very few opportunities for exchange. This is my third time in Romania, but if you've been to Belgrade, you've probably been to Kalemegdan Fortress, which is our beautiful defense structure that is overlooking the confluence of Danube and Sava rivers, and there is a monument there that we use as a logo for our organization. And the monument itself has a sword. It's called the Victor Pobednik. It's a statue of a guy. He's naked. So this is why he was placed in Kalemegdan, to not offend people because of the indecency back almost 100 years back when it was being placed in Belgrade. So he has a sword in one hand and a bird in the other, and this would be, I would say, an analogy that I will use for most of my presentation. It's this idea that security is to some extent counterbalanced by liberty, so sword would be security, and the bird, which is a hawk actually, is a symbol of liberty. And to discuss the security challenges in the Balkans and these classic and hybrid threats, I will mostly focus on hybrid threats. I think it's very important to understand this balance between security and liberties. And like a couple of hundred years ago, Benjamin Franklin said, or it was wrongly attributed to him, those who give up little liberty for little security deserve neither, and we lose both. And this is, I think, the key discussion that we need to have in our current societies when it comes to facing classical threats, but also hybrid threats. Speaking of hybrid threats, I come from Serbia, as I said, and funnily enough, we have been ranked 2 years ago by Freedom House as a hybrid regime, which means that we are kind of democracy, but not actually. Why? Because we do have elections that take place, but not much depends on these elections. These are won in advance. We do have media, but this is not free media. So we have civil society, but we don't have civic space for us where we work. And to speak of resilience, I would focus on these things. So the two main messages maybe would be that we, in order to increase resilience of Serbia, but also other Western Balkan countries, and us coming from the Western Balkans, most I think when you speak about the Balkans, it's mostly the group of 6, so the Western Balkan countries, and I will be mostly referring to these. So to have resilient Western Balkans, and there have been many studies that show we are not. Major General Mari mentioned one study that found that Kosovo being the least resilient one. There have been studies produced by the European Parliament, for example, again stating we are very prone to foreign malign influences, that we lack infrastructure to counter these. I would say key issues would be to help the Western Balkans democratize, and to help the Western Balkan country increase civic space, because this is where the resilience lies. For example, in Finland, their comprehensive security approach, they list all of these things as key underlying factors upon which their security depends. So it's about the leadership, like some previous speakers mentioned, but it's also about maintaining international cooperation. It's about maintaining the infrastructure for society to counter all these threats. And then we at Belgrade Center for Security Policy occasionally do regional public opinion polls. If you ask the citizens, they do not see that a conflict is imminent. There is some fear, but they don't expect an actual armed conflict. But if you ask them about their personal safety, about how they feel personally, they also don't feel very secure. So although the Western Balkans region is considered as a post-conflict region, it's been more than 23 years since the last open conflict ended. We are not at war, but we're also not at peace. If you know what I mean, it's a frozen conflict, like some call it, but there has always been this perpetual, low-intensity activity, to call it that way, that cannot be called peace either. And speaking of hybrid threats, this is a fairly new term, but the concept itself is not that new. It's been used by Romans in ancient history. And the term itself was actually coined maybe 15 years ago by Hoffman. I did a bit of literature review for this. Just a sec, sorry. So I wanted to talk about after the war in Ukraine started. Serbia, for example, has seen, I'm not sure if you follow the news, but over the past 2 months, every day or every other day, we have between 100 and 200 false bomb reports. So constantly, even including yesterday, there will be anonymous emails or calls that report that there are bombs placed in Serbian schools, Serbian kindergartens, shopping malls, and such. And this has completely disrupted the normal way of living. The police has been investigating, tracing back these anonymous reports to Gambia, to Russia, to other Asian countries, but there hasn't been effectively a solution found to how to counter this. Speaking of other things in the Western Balkan region, we've also seen malign Russian influence directly, that is usually taking place when there is a window or opportunity or when one is created by Russia. For example, back in 2016, there was a coup d'etat that took place in Montenegro on the day of the elections, where there was a group of around 20 people coming from Serbia, including some Russian agents, but also former head of the Serbian Special Police Unit, Gendarmerie, who allegedly attempted to organize coup d'etat in Montenegro because of their desire to join NATO at the time, and that happened on the day of the elections. Next year, in 2017, we had similar events in Macedonia, where there was, after the very protracted political instability, there was again storming of the Macedonian parliament, where again one even Serbian agent, security officer, was present. So to go back to my original points about having this, the need to have resilient democracies and to have civic space where we can, where actors like civil society organizations, free media, but also citizens associations and others can work. I think it's really important to strengthen these institutions. And then to speak about free media, just a second. Again, for example, in Serbia, since the war in Ukraine started, we've had our national broadcaster using terms such as special military operation. We even had one of the pro-government tabloids using having the front page where it said that Ukraine actually invaded Russia, which significantly impacted how citizens in Serbia perceive the war, but also the relations in Europe. So last public opinion polls that have been done in Serbia show that Serbian citizens are more concerned if, for example, Serbia is to introduce sanctions to Russia than if the European negotiations, the negotiations about the membership in the EU are suspended. And this again has to do with the lack of free media and the lack of democracy in our country. And then, of course, I would also argue that in order to, again, help the Western Balkans and to reduce this conflict, it's also important to have strong oversight over security forces, which again can only be done through democratic means, through parliamentary scrutiny of their actions. And then this would also help by increasing transparency. For example, we did last year research on military spending in the Western Balkans, because occasionally through the media you can read that there are arms race between Croatia and Serbia buying Rafale jets from France, or MiGs from Russia, Croatia doing the same, and then actually this can only be done because of the lack of transparency of the military spending in the region. But once when you actually have data and when you do have evidence, it actually turns out that there is no such thing. And then, sorry, my last point. Yeah, I think this would be it. I can conclude here. Just to maybe, sorry. Yeah, this is everything I wanted to say. I just wanted to go back to what Mr. Lato mentioned, that there is this EU malign influence. It's just a quick comment about this latest development. Yes, we do expect this conference to take place next week, where the decisions should be made about the opening accession talks with two countries, North Macedonia and Albania. And then we also had these recent ideas that are floating around about the new European political community, or we recently had the Austrian idea about accession talks and revamping the enlargement methodology, where there will be some kind of not full membership anymore, but you would actually become integrated in certain sectors. You will gain access to funds, but not actually ever have prospects of becoming full member. And just wanted to stress how malign this approach is in the Balkans, because on top of most of the Western Balkan countries, EU losing credibility, citizens have also lost this perception that we belong to Europe, and this has or will, in the long term, again, make us more vulnerable to these malign influences. And it is not only about Russia. Of course, Serbia being the only country in Europe, apart from Belarus, that hasn't introduced sanctions, that is the only country in the region that is not NATO member state, excluding, of course, Bosnia and Kosovo, where there are NATO forces present, but also this opens up space for other third countries, such as China, which is, again, heavily present in Serbia. Now it's even more so than Russia, but also Turkey and other Gulf states, for example. So, yeah, this would be the thing.
Thank you, Mr. Elek, for your opinion. I would like to add only one proposition. So I really appreciated that, and it's important to identify which are the weaknesses of Serbian democracies and to publicly address, and I congratulate you for this courage. Because once you identified the weaknesses of Serbian democracies and you start to speak about them, there is a step forward in order to address and to to improve in this way. Thank you very much to all speakers. I'd like to give the floor now to the esteemed audience to ask questions. We have 10 minutes more, and I would like to be brief in your questions and in the answers. Thank you very much. Please, before asking the questions, introduce yourself.
My question is, acknowledging the Russian connectivity and influence in the Balkan area on the one hand, and the military operation revolution in Ukraine, there are some concerns that Russia might try to destabilize the Balkan area in order to deflect the attention from the Ukrainian operation. How credible you assess this scenario, and in case the answer is affirmative, what is your opinion about that? Thank you.
So, your speakers, you can answer questions.
I'll start only to say that I think that if you apply Western logic to it, I would, if I was Russia, seek to cause problems in the Balkans because it would distract us from what we're trying to do there. But I often find that Russia doesn't seem to apply the logic that I do. So it'd be very interesting to see where it goes. But I think it's something we need to watch very carefully. And as I said in my presentation, I think we have a much better idea on the playbook of the strategies that Russia adopts, and we need to watch very carefully for it.
Thank you. Other speakers? John?
No, other than say we were probably expecting more, but we watch it with constant vigilance, and I think some of the points that we made eloquently already about pre-existing problems would be very easy to stoke, but we have been slightly surprised that there was not even more of a deliberate effort.
Thank you very much. From Bosnia, Serbia, any comments?
I mean, I can only add that it's clear that Russia has capacity. I mean, it has the network of local supporters, and it also has its own presence in the region, not to mention the humanitarian center in Niš in Serbia. So to me, it is not the question of what or when, it is the question of whether Russia decides to push that button. But also keep in mind that we are not really talking about large-scale military operation. We are probably talking about quite a different kind of, things that would be quite difficult for NATO to address.
I can maybe add about Serbia. So yeah, the unfortunate thing in Serbia is that we do not know what the exact power of Russia is, because the main vessel for Russian influence is the Serbian government. So unlike where you have the clear opposition to Russian influence like you have in some other countries, you can kind of assess what is their power. In Serbia, unfortunately, this is not the case. And then the Russian long-term strategy is this hybrid warfare. It is built to last, and it's built up to outlast you. So it takes longer times, and then again, it's looking for specific windows of opportunity. So the elections, when they take place, some people even speculated that had the war in Ukraine gone better for Russia, or had Russia been more successful, this could have caused spillover effects in Republika Srpska, for example, or in northern Kosovo. This is a what-if analysis, so I cannot assess. But then still, there is this possibility. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to add something. Mr. Latal mentioned in his at the beginning of his speech that he is glad that Romania and New Strategy Center approaches the Balkan security topic, and I would like to add something, that we connect the Black Sea security with the Balkans. So we are looking entirely to the region, and the threats, classical or hybrid, are interconnected. As Major General John Mead mentioned, we have to look to the security risk to the whole region, from the Black Sea towards the Balkans. There is a great influence. Other questions from the audience?
It's open. Thank you very much to whole panel for the very comprehensive presentations delivered here. I'm Colonel Stier, recently retired, so I should be part of the solution, not the one who raised questions. But although, please allow me to address a question related to deterrence, a subject who has been addressed already here. So in the last months at least, we have witnessed a radical boost of NATO capabilities deployment on the eastern flank of NATO. And I would refer here to the measure to double the number of battle groups deployed in this part of the secure AOR, with the 4 additional battle groups deployed to be formed in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. In this context, I would like to pass the discussion to future, and I would ask the panel members to give us the perspective on the fact that the current taken measures on deterrence are feasible for long term, or we should think already to something more in order to deter Russia And also the perspective on Bosnia and Serbia on deterrence, NATO deterrence measures would be of great value. Thank you very much.
I think it's a very good question, and what we have to remind ourselves is our leaders in Brussels in 21 directed that we implement the two big concepts, the concept of the deterrence and defence of the Euro-Atlantic area and the warfare development agenda, and get on with it. And those plans are, Sacco would say, 90% complete, and establish the architecture and the framework to conduct multi-domain operations in a way that we believe will deter Russia and provide the framework for defence. But of course our allies, our nations need to make this happen. They need to pay the bills. And I think it would be very interesting to see what comes out of the NATO summit and whether our leaders commit to this in full scale. And just one other comment, because I think it's interesting. So many people always want to know, always suggesting things that NATO should do. And I think there has been a failure because we haven't told people what we are doing and what we intend to do because we classify it. Actually, I don't think these concepts need to be classified. I think we should be able to discuss them in open forum and get peer review from people like yourselves with a depth of experience. And I hope that perhaps after the summit we can be more open about these things because I think they're good. I think they do deter, they do defend, but we are in a defensive alliance and that won't stop Russia, I think, misbehaving on the periphery of the alliance. Thank you.
Gentlemen.
I mean, all I can do is offer some views as to what's already on public record and is understood. I mean, we're talking about battle groups at this kind of 1,000-strong construct, but we're very much talking about, much more of our core capabilities as well. And in Romania, multinational core, Southeast's accelerated capability development, you've been very much part of that. And a much more clear-sighted view about collective defence as well, which underpins deterrence. So I think much more to follow in terms of announcements, but across domains, a review of some of those standing defence plans, such as I mentioned the integrated air and missile defence plans and air policing that is still really important here, but needs to adapt into this DDA, MDO world of ours. The way that we look at our standing naval forces and some of those force postures and some of the changes that I think are going to take place there. So all I would say is, and that's what we're planning at the moment, and it comes back to General Everard's point about then the nation's appetite to resource the ambition of those plans. But from all I can see, we're closing those gaps pretty quickly. So, and the significance of not wasting this crisis in terms of future ability to defend the alliance. This is our moment to really close with that. I remain an optimist. I think there's going to be some tough conversations about them paying the bill, but GDPs are going up, so we are spending more. So the baseline is more significant.
Thank you, General. We have to be optimistic, indeed. One more, too many. We already, do we have time now? One question, two questions. Okay, two questions. Sir.
General, thank you. General, thank you. And I don't mean to turn my back on our distinguished guests, but I have one comment and one question. So for the Romanian armed forces here today, and of course our great UK allies and any other NATO allies that I have missed, as a member of the U.S. Embassy, one of the questions I get asked from my friends and family back in the States is, aren't you concerned about what's going on in Ukraine right now? You're so close. And I tell them this. I tell them I'm here with my family and I sleep well every night knowing that the Romanian armed forces, knowing that NATO, the greatest military alliance in the history of mankind, is defending, well, I used to call it NATO's eastern flank, let's just call it NATO's Eastern Front now. Still, thank you for what you all are doing. So I do have a comment, though, for General Marin. So, sir, as an infantry division commander, I found it very interesting that you talked about a fusion center to help provide timely, relevant, accurate, and predictive intelligence, as well as education as some of the keys to building resilience. So my question for you, sir, is are you talking about this conceptually, or is perhaps part of Romania's leadership in the Balkans helping to create that fusion center here in Romania?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So I'm not talking about something as a concept. I was talking about what actually happens, and it is at Romanian national level. I will not get into that answer about regional leadership because I think that is too political question. But yes, indeed, at Romanian level, we had to find all the solutions to make it work within defense staff, Ministry of Interior, intelligence service, foreign service, and so on and so forth, to work everything out when the situation increased at the Ukrainian border. So we started working like this in a fusion center, and that was the basic comment that I wanted to make. But of course, you are right. I would say the cooperation, the word that was most often maybe used during this conference, we have to do more than cooperation. We have to do action, as Sir Stewart mentioned a little bit earlier during the first panel. We have to work together. Not cooperation, it means just to have some contributions and having some working relationships. I really think that we need to work together. But to come to the second part of your question, I cannot answer that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't want to be rude, but we have a lady who wants to ask a question. So let's give the floor to.
From the Consulate General of the Republic of Serbia, Maria Šašić, Consul. I want to thank you to all panelists for your expositions, and I will be very, very short. It's a very little intervention, only regarding exposition of my compatriot Alice. Regarding that Serbia is the unique country in the region that doesn't impose the sanction to Russia. I want to point out that Serbia is leaded only by his own interests and welfare to own people. And in that moment, it's not right moment to impose any sanction of any country in the world. So this is my little intervention.
Thank you very much.
I don't want to opening discussion, only to say
yes.
that
so we appreciate
Serbian people is the unique leading factor for Serbia in this moment, and we also respect the territorial integrity of each country in the world, and now also integrity. So we completely disagree with any intervention military in the world.
Thank you very much.
And support integrity, territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, and I'm so happy I gave you the floor because it's important. This is a new strategy center about to have the opinions and to debate on them. And I'm very glad I gave you the floor in order to have an official position. One question more, and that's it, because we consumed all the time and consumed the time from the lunch. So one question from you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Adrian Duță, the Vice President of the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. I have to thank the speakers for their rich opinion about resilience, and I'm happy with that. Speaking about that and having in mind the Minsk agreements and their inefficiency for the Ukraine security, I would like to force a parallel between those agreements and Dayton Agreement, and to ask what's your perception about the relevance of the Dayton Agreement for this actual time? Is necessary for this agreement to undergo radically change, to have a post-Dayton Agreement, or it's okay like that? Thank you very much.
Mr. Rothal, what do you think? Because it's about Bosnia.
I mean, this is not the million, this is $1 billion question that pretty much everyone in Bosnia-Herzegovina is asking, and many people who work in or related to Bosnia-Herzegovina. I don't have exact answer. I mean, what I can tell you is that, again, if you talk to 5 people, you will get probably 6 different opinions. My opinion is that the Dayton was good for what it was. It was more, I mean, the problem appeared more in the phase of the implementation or the upgrade of Dayton. Right now, we are in a serious problem, not only because of political problems, but also because demographic changes that took place over the last 25 years have effectively significantly changed the original status that Dayton tried to fix. Whether Dayton will be able to be fixed because it is clearly broken, or whether we will need Dayton 2 will unfortunately mostly depend on European Union and US and its willingness and capacity to invest into one or the other option. So both options are, I would say, right now on the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a very fruitful panel with our distinguished speakers. I would like to thank them very much for their brilliant ideas and thoughts on this region. And also I would like to thank the audience for the questions you have asked. This means that we are very much interested ears. I would like to conclude with 2 remarks. So the 2 years of COVID pandemic and now the war in Ukraine has the potential to further destabilize the Balkans, but not if NATO and European Union take a proactive approach. To my opinion, all policies need to focus on building resilience and on undertaking structural reforms to support security, trust, growth, and steer through the crisis. The ongoing economic crisis, with limited fiscal space, countries in the region will need to carefully weigh the costs and benefits of new spending commitments in response to higher energy and food prices, prioritizing vulnerable households. Finally, I would like to mention that the active participation of Romania in this complex and diverse format is backed by its geostrategic vocation to have a voice in Central European region, as well in the enlarged area and Black Sea, Caucasus, Central Asia region, extending in broader context towards the greater Middle East region. Thank you very much, and please give a hand to our speakers. We have 1 hour and 20 minutes break for the lunch.